within the program as we shall be running this morning. Good morning once again. I'm Chris Higenyi, and I'll be your moderator for this engagement as we discuss, but most importantly, share critical perspective and insight on civil society organization, transforming challenges into opportunities, as the theme says, budgeting for people-centered economic growth. Listening to the Minister for Finance deliver the budget speech is something that was acted in tradition for many of us in this room. However, as time has gone on, challenges have emerged, so much so that the budget reading ritual itself is missed by so many people. And this is where organizations, including the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, should be commended with all the applause that we can for ensuring that the conversation is brought to the people and it is broken down for their understanding. So for purposes of convening this particular dialogue, thank you, Mr. Julius Mukunda and the team at CSBAG for the wonderful job that you are doing, and for the partners with us today for ensuring that this is actually actualized. I will again ask those who are out there as the breakfast gets underway, please come in, and then we shall be able to get underway. We have a platform, a rostrum for us. I won't use it for now. We need blessings to come through. Within us, there are men and women of God. I won't be very democratic to ask that we elect who leads us in prayer, but I'm going to ask that if you feel the Holy Spirit, if you feel the Spirit rising from within and saying this day is going to be a beautiful day, please give us a prayer. Who is it? So that we can discuss things in a godly way. And usually, whenever God hears you first, man of God here. Please very much.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Eternal and everlasting God, give to you, for there is none like you. Thank you for gathering us here to talk about transforming our country amid its challenges. We pray that as we have these deliberations, that you will lead and guide us, that your Spirit will keep us focused on the greater good development of our country. We pray that your name will be praised as we do everything that we do here for God and our country.
Of regional dialogues conducted by PELAM, and these will be very critical in giving us insights and perspective on how things are happening on the ground. We shall also hear from the Executive Director at the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group on the role of the national budget in addressing poverty in Uganda. And then we expect a keynote a speech and address on the financial year 2025-2026 budget, transforming challenges into opportunities, in line with our theme, as I shared, and that is expected from the PSST, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Immediately after the Minister of Finance speaks, we shall have a Q&A to allow for an opportunity to engage and have questions answered, aspects clarified, especially on the address. The reason we do this is because those gentlemen and ladies are very busy individuals. After giving a speech, the president could give a call and they are required to be at State House. Who are we to keep them after they've talked to us? So that Q&A will be coming through, after which we shall have a panel discussion, and we shall have officials including Ashaba Hannington, Director Budget at the Ministry of Finance, talking about prioritization and reallocation in times of fiscal constraints. Sophie Nampewo, Finance for Development Coordinator at Oxfam, will talk to us and help evaluate the budget's focus on social sector financing. Ahimbisiwe Leonard, the Chief Administrative Officer from Isingiro District, will speak on local government financing, the linking budgets to service delivery. Linking rather, not delinking. Robert Mbazira, a senior manager, business tax advisory, Ernst & Young, will speak to us on the impact of new and existing taxes on low-income households. Low-income households do make up the people, and that is very much in line with our theme today. We shall have a plenary session thereafter where questions will be asked to those panelists, and they will respond in equal measure. We shall have something that is usually very beautiful, Service Excellence Awards. There are gentlemen and ladies among us who are doing extraordinary work in ensuring that much of these efforts that are being put forward by the civil society budget advocacy group and partners is achieved. And then we shall have closing remarks from the executive director at the Uganda Debt Network. The reason I'm giving you this lay down of the program is to ensure that you understand what will be coming a little bit later, and you do not have to rearrange your schedule for that matter. And then after, the good Mestil Hotel and Residences have assured us that they've prepared a sumptuous lunch, one that should ensure that we live here as very healthy people, especially in terms of nutrition. I'm now very sure that the executive director from ACOD is with us. I'm going to invite you, Dr. Arthur Bainomjisha, to come and give us your opening remarks. Sir, you're most welcome. You will use the rostrum. Thank you. As the good doctor makes his way up the rostrum, I'm informed that we shall have a live broadcast beginning anytime now on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, the national broadcaster. When that is started or gets underway, we shall inform the audience and, of course, welcome them officially to this engagement. We also have the streaming, and that will also be communicated in time on the CSBAG YouTube channel, to ensure that those that do follow us are also in tandem with all the deliberations that we are on here. The conversation is big on social media, X, Facebook, so ensure that the hashtags are on, especially as you are getting on with the discussions. I'll be sharing those hashtags very shortly, but let's listen in to Executive Director Dr. Arthur Bainomjisha. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome.
I hope data is here, and technical staff from the Ministry of Finance and other MDAs, the Executive Director CSBAG, and the representatives from Private Sector Foundation, UDN, CIATIN, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this post-budget dialogue for financial year 2025-2026. My name, I'm Dr. Bainomjisha Arthur. I'm the Executive Director of ACOD and a partner in BTI. BTI is Budget Transparency Initiative, where CSBAG, ODI, CIATIN, UDN work together with the Ministry of Finance to promote budget transparency and accountability. And for some of you who do not know ACOD, ACOD is a public policy research think tank based here in Kampala, but working in Eastern and Southern African sub-regions. So I bring you greetings from ACOD. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have indicated, the budget is very dear to us. And for years, we've worked together with CSBAG and our partners and the Ministry of Finance, promote budget transparency and accountability for the partnership with civil society organizations. I know that this is a milestone, a recognition that civil society matter, that civil society represent the voices of the voiceless, that we amplify their voices, but we also bridge the government and the citizens. And so I am very grateful if you can give a round of applause to government for that recognition, because it is a window that has opened, and we need to keep it open and even wider. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is a post-budget dialogue. I just want to, we launched the budget month. We were there at the reading of the budget. And today we want to bring to the attention of Ugandans some of the salient issues that this budget has paid attention to, but even those that we think the issues, budget issues, economic issues that government must pay attention if actually we are going to implement NDP4 successfully, but also the tenfold projected growth of the economy of 500 billion from the current 50 billion to 500 billion. Unless government does the following that I want to quickly look through, then we cannot achieve that tenfold economic growth. A good ambition, but we need the legs that help us to reach there. Some of the issues that we want to bring to our attention is, of course, is the corruption. Corruption remains a monster, a big elephant in the house, in the room for this country that we must deal with. Corruption, we have always argued, cannot be eradicated, but it can be reduced significantly, that it cannot stop development. But we cannot glorify corruption. We cannot allow corruption to walk on the street and shake hands with the citizens of this country. Corruption must hide. And so want to call upon government to seriously deal with the issue of corruption. Yes, we have a legal framework, policy framework, institutional framework to fight corruption, but I think the efforts need to be doubled. As you know, that we lose about 10 trillion shillings per year because of corruption, and that's the IGG report. So you imagine how much that money can do. So corruption remains a big challenge, but it can be tackled. The second issue that we want to put on the table is frequent supplementary budgets that come in the course of the financial year, which shows that we are very weak in planning. You cannot continue to bring supplementary budget as if you did not, you are not able to foresee and plan accordingly, because supplementary budgets cause economic distortions. The other issue, ladies and gentlemen, that that we raised, that you could discuss about, is rising debt. The rising debt. I just returned this morning from South Africa, where I was attending African think tanks meeting with the IMF, and I can assure you that it was Chatham House rules. They said we should be frank and open to the IMF. The IMF gives us concessional loans, but you'll see that African countries have again become trapped on the debt. The debt is rising, but it's rising in this country. That is an issue that you need to take on and amplify as citizens and bring it to the attention of your leaders. There is a need to tame the appetite of borrowing and trapping this country into debt. For even the succeeding children may be forced to pay that debt. But also we realize that some of the loans are not performing loans, contracted, and have never been utilized. We also see there's a problem of low absorption capacity, with some of the MDAs returning money to the center, yet the money is never enough, but you see them failing to absorb even the little money. As I come to an end, my ladies and gentlemen, we also raise issues that we see that government needs to pay attention to, including the youth unemployment. Uganda is blessed. We have we produced children, but these children are not well skilled, are not well educated, and not well deployed. So a country, and the evidence has shown in terms of peace and security, that if a country has over 40% of its youth uneducated and unemployed, it stands a high chance of rebellions, having rebellions. That is not me. You can read the book, Greed and Grievance, The Economic Agendas of Civil Wars by Paulo Coelho. That's a scientific study. So we have youth which we'll talk about the youth dividend, but they are not skilled, they are not well educated, they are unemployed, and they are angry. So we need to deal with the youth crisis. Then the final issue I wanted to bring the attention is the issue of climate change and its impact on the possibility of reversing all the economic gains. You've seen when it rains, our infrastructure, roads that we have contracted loans to build can be washed away. We've seen it can affect our food security and can force even people to migrate and cause conflicts. So, and yet, when we see in this budget, in terms of climate financing, government has not paid much attention. Not enough money has been given to climate adaptation and mitigation. So those are some of the things that I want to raise for your attention, and I hope they will become part of our debate this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. I look forward to fruitful, frank, and honest discussions. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur Bainomajisha. When I was still in journalism school and we were undertaking lessons on public speaking, we were told never go onto the rostrum before a big man speaks. I can now assume this place because it's a good idea that we all look forward to gentlemen like Dr. Bainomajisha and the like, who are doing enormous work in ensuring that engagements like these ones, but most importantly, the works that the government cannot bring to you reach you in ample time. So many thanks, Dr. Bainomajisha, and many thanks to ACORD. ACORD is one of the partners with CSBAC who are ensuring that this dialogue comes to us in the way that it has. We also have on board the Uganda Debt Network, officials from Uganda Debt Network. Thank you very much. We have the Uganda National NGO Forum. We have the European Union as partners. We have Oxfam as a partner. Education Out Loud. These ones are championing advocacy and social accountability. We have GPE, Transforming Education Across Communities, as well as Diaconia. They say people change the world. I'm glad that the people in this room have committed to changing the world in a more positive manner. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite right about now the Executive Director at the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, Mr. Julius Mukunda, to speak to us. As Mr. Mukunda comes to speak to us, let me echo the words of Dr. Bainomajisha about corruption. I was just reading a quote earlier, and it's attributed to the fine gentleman in 2024. He said on one of the radio stations that in China, the fight against corruption is so intense that when they single you out as corrupt, they help you commit suicide. In Uganda, when we single out the corrupt, I'm not saying we should make those guys commit suicide. Let's not drive them to that point. But the analogy is the fact that we do not care. Some of us have found ourselves praising the corrupt, which is really, really very a bad thing. So I don't know whether that particular quote was in good taste. You can clarify on that, sir. You're most welcome.
Okay. Good morning. Yes. Once again, thank you so much for coming.
Today, we once again ensure that we take off some time and talk about budget and how it affects us. I'm glad that we have consistently, for the last 15 years, ensuring that this space is provided for all of us to think about what the government of Uganda, our government, has planned for us for another 12 months. Let me test this thing and see how it works so that it can be, where should it point? Point here, point there, or anywhere? Somewhere like there. Okay. Oh, now it works. I'll do it like this. Okay. So, first of all, is okay. Once again, we are CSBAG, formed in 2004 to influence government resource mobilization, allocation, and utilization. And it is the work that we have been doing consistently since then. And we are hoping that every citizen and every Ugandan can actually benefit from the budget. But before I go further, I would like to thank our partners who have consistently made sure that these events take place. Our partners not only provide money, but most importantly, they provide technical advice. And that is very important. We would like to thank, a special thank to the Uganda National NGO Forum, who have really provided the venue for this event. I would love that we definitely give them a clap. And Uganda NGO Forum is being supported by European Union. I would like to thank Oxfam. I think I saw Sophie here. Yes. Again, kindly please give Sophie and Oxfam a clap. The consistency is really very important for us. People have been there for us. They know what we do, and they are there to ensure that we get we have these spaces for civil society organizations. I would also like to thank UDN. I saw a team from UDN. Please raise up your hand. Please give them a thank for their contribution. But also there are those who don't give us cash, but they decide to bring their own participants from Chisoro, from Okoboko, from Busia, from West Nile. And BRAC, I think, please give them a clap. Let's thank BRAC. We have World Vision, we have PERAM, and of course, the National NGO Forum has also been able to provide more resources to bring in more participants. Please give them a clap. And I saw colleagues from National NGO, yes, Juliet is there. Please, Juliet, thank you so much for being part of this. We would also like, in a special way, to thank Accord. CSBAG and Accord have been in a dungeon in these things. Sometimes they call us twin brothers from different mothers, but we still do the same. Dr. Arthur Binomodisha, very grateful for your presence and also for your persistence and ensuring that we have these spaces and we use these spaces very effectively. Please give a clap to Mr. Dr. Arthur Binomodisha and Accord and the team. So let's get into the budget. Just for information is that we have a budget of 72.3 trillion Ugandan shillings. This budget is almost the same as last year's budget. And if you can see those graphs out there, you can see that 2022 we had 48, it went to 52, it went to 72, but it still remained at 72. And you can also recall our argument of saying, well, why are you always increasing the budget when you don't have money? But I think this time around, government has listened and said, okay, fine, let's see, let's try to live within our means. What made this slight increase is around budget support, but also domestic borrowing, which is going to increase from 8 trillion to 11 trillion. Budget support, I want you to take a very closer look at that, is because this means that there are those partners and donors who have decided to give government money to do what it wants. It's like a basket. You bring in money to the budget. But when it's a project support, it means that a development partner has decided and said, for me, I'm going to build for you the road. It's not that for me, I will give money and you put in the budget and do whatever you want. So we usually appreciate this budget support because it gives flexibility and leeway on what kind of activities you intend to implement. On what we worry about, of course, is the domestic borrowing, and we shall be seeing as we move along. Where does the money come from? The money, the 72 trillion, where it is coming from is that in terms internally here as a country, we shall be able to raise 81.5% of the money, and that is around 58.9 trillion Ugandan shillings. But to break it down for us is that out of 58 trillion, URA will collect 37.2 trillion, which is around 51.4%. That's a very huge number. That half of our entire budget we are likely to collect the money and fund our own budget. Local governments and those who are spending money at source are likely to collect 328. Domestic borrowing, which we talked about, around 11 trillion. And there is this monster of debt rollover of 10 trillion. So that is where the money is going to come from internally. Externally is that we are going to raise 11 trillion, but also, as I said, budget support around 2 trillion. So in total, we are likely to get 72.3 trillion Ugandan shillings. Just to break it further for ourselves, domestic revenue sources, in terms of direct domestic payee, for example, URA will collect 12 trillion, international trade also 12 trillion. Indirect domestic, that is probably like VAT and other sources, 8 trillion, non-tax revenue, 3 trillion, stamp duty and embossing, 161 billion. So that's where resources are likely to come from. Now, out of 72 trillion, colleagues, there are things that get off the budget before anything else. One is sectoral expenditure. Sectoral expenditure, these are monies that are in the budget that even the parliament does not debate about them. Sectoral expenditure, we include like loans, interest payments, but also I realize that in sectoral expenditure, there are other bodies of government like judiciary, the National Planning Authority, the Parliament of Uganda. These get the first score on the budget. They have to be paid. But also there are things that you are likely to find that are going to be, oh, no, it's, what's happening to this? Oh, okay. So in terms of, excuse me, in terms of the budget expenditure is that sector expenditure, that's what we explained about it. Then debt servicing is another area where we're going to pay some money. Non-wage recurrent, external development, wages. You can see that our wage bill has increased from 7 to 8 trillion. I don't know if we have increased the number of civil servants or we have increased the rates and the pay. Government development, always notice that how much does your government contribute to the development budget and how much does external source contribute to the development budget. So when you compare right now, you find that they are contributing 11 trillion and we are contributing around 6 to 9 trillion. So that is where you want to look at. The other element you want to look at, of course, is local government. You can see that local government budget has stagnated for quite some time, around 5 trillion. So it's an area that we need to be able to look at them. I think this is what I was trying to talk about, the first score on the budget, things that really have to get off the budget before anything else. And of course, is that money for local governments go back, although it comes to the center, it goes back immediately. We have to pay Bank of Uganda. We have a debt with Bank of Uganda. Domestic arrears. We are glad that the budget for domestic arrears has increased from 200 billion last year to 1.4 trillion this particular year. External debt repayment, when we are paying back our debt, 4.9 trillion. Domestic refinancing, remember I told you there is a debt we had. There's when you have a debt you are failing to pay, you negotiate it, so you turn it into from short term to long term. So you postponed it. So this is the 10 trillion that has been on our books. Project support and interest payments. So these are the monies that we have a first call on our budget, and it is 39.8 trillion. So you can say 40 trillion. So out of 72 trillion, you can see almost 40 trillion is going to be wiped off. So you remain with very little and less resources for you to gamble with around. The issues around debt servicing. Debt servicing, out of the 72.3 trillion, 37.1 trillion will go for debt servicing. So again, when we say 72 trillion, then 26.8 goes off immediately. So probably you can see how much money we are remaining to be able to address some of the service delivery concerns that we have. So you are left with little money. So at the end of the day, you can see how we try to provide very, very little resources here and there. Human capital development, where education and health is taking 15% of the share. And I would like you also to note the issue around the government of Uganda contribution, but also the external support that we get. So, for example, if you look at human capital development, we have a contribution of around 2.4 trillion from external support. If you have integrated and infrastructure services, you have actually more than what we can contribute. 2 trillion for Uganda, then 4.3 trillion external support, and these are the loans that we have been talking about. If you come to agro-industrialization, I mean, you can see that our government is contributing probably 1 trillion and around 795 billion, almost equal to, is being contributed is external support. And so these are some of the things you want to begin to look at. But also it's so interesting to see that there are certain programs or sectors where you find that there is totally zero external support, and you want to ask yourself what's happening. Why is that Parliament does not get external support? It has $1 trillion to be spent on it. Why is it that administration of justice has got 0? Tourism has 0, and a number of others. So it's quite very important that we weigh ourselves and say, how much of our money are we putting, as a government, are we putting into our sectors, but also how much money is coming from abroad. So, and as you recall, the issues around debt, the issues around you determining what you need to do. If a development partner says, for me, I have money for only dams, and you have a challenge of transmission, like what we have now, because right now we have issues of transmission. We have so much power that it is at the generation stage, but the last mile of connecting it from the dam up to the household or to the user or the consumer is what we have a challenge with. So dimmed power is there, and over it, I think we have realized that we have started getting road shading. We'll be reminded about it. So that are some of the things you want to begin to think about, to see how independent we are. But also is that in terms of external funding, one of the biggest challenges we are facing is that most externally funded projects in this country are performing so poorly, because there are extremely delays in disbursement of funds. And you may recall we have had this discussion where we have said that a closed 14 trillion is in undisbursed loans. And yet we are seeing a substantial amount of money coming again from external financing. Why is it so? It is so for so many different reasons, among them including that we are not prepared sometimes to execute these programs. And by the time we sign the loan and people want to give you the money, the road has nowhere to pass because you have not yet resettled the people along the way. That becomes a very big issue on our part. The other part, of course, is that procurement irregularities. You know, these projects, especially project support, where a development partner says, I will build roads, or I will construct a dam, or I will be able to provide some energy access, and all of a sudden you contract. I was giving an example whereby you have a company which you have contracted to build a road, and that company doesn't even have a hole to build a road. And at the assessment level, a company is given the road, it doesn't even know where to start. And those are some of the procurement irregularities that come up, and you find that the person who is financing is not very satisfactory, and they withhold funds until you repeat the procurement process again. And it takes a lot of time to do that. So those are some of the things that we need to be able to understand, external funded projects, and at the same time, how we are able to utilize the amount of resources that have been given to us. So with that background, then we want to see monies should come to address where the problem is most. And there is no way we can correlate the two if we cannot look at one of the biggest challenges we face in this country, and that is poverty. So if you look at poverty trends, you will realize that for the last probably 10 years, we've been trying to, to fight poverty by, putting together a number of programs, economic empowerment programs. I know some people can remember the Ntandikwa program then. You want to remember about the Poverty Action Program and fund. All those programs of government have been trying to see how we can address poverty. And we have been making progress in that. And I think currently we are at 16.1%. And I think this is a very good way of how we are moving. However, currently approximately 7 million Ugandans still live below $1 a day, not able to consume or earn to meet the minimum standard of living, like food, water, shelter, education, and clothing. I mean, we still have in this country where some communities actually are dying for having eaten poisonous fruits. And you can imagine what that means. So where does the 7 million Ugandans reside? and I think this is where we try to bring a perspective. Whom are we targeting? The incidence of poverty remains high in rural areas compared to urban areas, with 75% of the population in rural areas and 24.8% in urban areas of the 7 million poor in 2023-2024. So you can see that poverty is still well entrenched in rural areas. I don't know if that is why government is trying to create urban centers everywhere, so that probably can deal with rural poverty. But between the period of 2005 and 6 to 2023 and 24, rural poverty has reduced from 34% to 19%, whereas urban poverty has gradually decreased from 13 to 10. So there is progress in terms of trying to see how we can be able to deal with poverty. But as you can see, is that majorly the rural areas are affected more than the urban areas. When we look at the region, and this is data from UBOS, by the way, it's not CS-BAG data. When you look at UBOS, the northern region continues to lag behind with the highest poverty rates among all regions. And I think you could be able to see even in 2023, 2024, that okay, you could be able to see that the eastern region with persistent poverty challenge is relatively moderate, and it's lowest in the western, and of course, it's lowest, moderate in western and lowest in the central region. So again, if you are budgeting and you want to reduce poverty, probably you want to ask yourself, where do you go first? And I think for me, this is very critical in terms of what we do. But at the same time, there is also a question we ask ourselves, because if you look at northern Uganda and probably the Karamoja region, you want to ask yourself, all the money we have pumped there, where has it gone? And I think for me, that is a question I really need some answers. Because a region like Karamoja has got its separate program, purposely for developing Karamoja. And if you go there, because I know when you go to Karamoja, they will tell you that they have three major problems. One is poverty. The second one, three problems. One is water. And the second one is water. And the third one is water. That's what they will tell you. If you can provide that, you would have solved almost 80% of their problems. But still the region is highly water stressed. And sincerely, our government needs to think about this. Because at the end of the day, it's not because we lack the money, but I think it's because of the way we are deploying our resources. So really, where does money for Karamoja go? Where does money for northern Uganda go? And we can say we had a 2-decade war in northern Uganda. It's acceptable. It's understandable. We know it took place. But the money we have pumped in the region, how come it has not brought the results that we need? And I think all of us in development work, it is something we need to ask ourselves. What is happening with the money that we put in these regions? And they still lag behind in some of these statistics that we have. Okay, so in terms of sub-regional outlook, Kampala remains the least impoverished, with the poverty rates declining from 1.6 to 1.1. In contrast, the Karamoja region has the highest poverty rate, significantly increasing by 8.8% to 74.2%. I mean, when you look at, first, this just tell us a lot. They really tell us a lot. And you want to look at, the orange button. You are in Kampala, you are at 1.1%. 1.1% of the population in Kampala are considered poor, but 74.4% people in Karamoja are considered poor. Colleagues, these statistics are really not the best. It's not average. You can't say you want to do an average and then you think you get the right picture. You can only get the right picture if you visit the place and see how it is. So really, I think for me is that as we go around trying to say that we have empowerment programs, we have poverty eradication programs, I think it's high time we need to get down and say, with all the work that we have done, what is it that we are not doing right, and we fix it. If some of these programs are, if you had an average, you say everybody is within the average, you can say, yes, we are heading in the right direction. But really the difference is just too much. And yet we know we've been putting resources in those particular areas. So really, that's something that we need to do. Government programs, subsistence economy, and household welfare. Household in the money economy. You know, recently we have also now talked about money economy. The government wants every Ugandan to be able to touch money. And you can touch money if you are selling a good or selling a good or a service, or buying a good or service. That's basically how it is. So if you have tomatoes, you can sell them. If you have goats, you can sell them. Whatever you have. But now, of the 7.2 million households in the money economy, accounting for 66.9%, whereas 3.52 million households were in the subsistence economy. So we have 3.5 households in the subsistence economy. But you can still also see that overall in Uganda, 33.1. And then you can see the regions above Uganda. Most of them are not in the money economy. They don't buy or sell goods at all. And that's why some of us, when we supported the PDM, people said, this is another government. But I think if PDM really would be executed well, it can deal with the money economy issue, bring more people into the money economy. And that's why that those of us who are working in northern Uganda, I think it should be our interest to see who is receiving PDM. Maybe there are some individuals in Kampala receiving PDM for Karamoji. Because surely you believe that if there is people in the northern region, all of them getting their money, it can spark some growth. It can spark some people to be involved into the money economy. And I think from that is very, very key and very important. Because you can see in Kampala, almost everybody is in the money economy. And this, you can visibly see it. If, whether you have a job or not, at least you will say it, and you're in the money economy, because at the end of the day, there is that 100 thing that's going to get into your pocket. But these regions out, you can see that somebody can actually spend a whole month or a whole year without even touching Ugandan money. So we are trying to bring this picture for us to understand that as a country, where do we stand when we are allocating resources? What drives the allocation of resources in this country? Because we know very well that budget, turns and transforms people to be able to be a bit more productive. So 8 in 10 of the household in the money economy are earning wage and salary. You need to have that at 8 in 10. Consistently, at the end of the month, you are employed somewhere, you get some money. And 24.1 had income generating or business enterprises. So again, you can see how they are able to generate money. But in the subsistence economy, 3 in every households in the subsistence economy primarily rely on subsistence farming. 15.1 earn wage and salary, and 10.4 mainly are involved in income generating activities. So you can see it's almost vice versa. So probably this is a lesson that if you want to have people to get involved into the money economy, people must be able to earn some money at the end of the day. So for us to be able then to budget for prosperity, to be able to finance proper interventions, when we went into the budget, this is what we found out. And I think probably it's going to be a debate that we are going to look at. One is that there will be 1 trillion again for parish development model. And I think for me, I still believe in parish development model, even when people send me clips of people who have drunk it. The guy says Museveni aberewa, and then he's drunk having received PDM money on his phone. There are those pictures. But we also know that they are pictures of people who have transformed because of PDM. And sometimes I wonder why government doesn't know how to tell these stories. I have seen them, witnessed them with my own eyes. You leave them in January, by June you come, somebody has changed. And the village person changed transformation, you can actually visibly see it. Just by one thing even, but just by buying sandals, because he has been, or she has been walking, but they put on shoes for the first time in their life. That's a transformation for them. Or changing that dress, or buying a mattress. You can easily see some of these things that people do. So I believe is that these are some of the key programs that we can be able to use to look at. We've looked at Emioga, 100 billion. Youth and women participation development, there is 23 billion. We have 3 billion for Juakali. And I liked this. I wish it would be more. I don't know, there are those individuals amongst us who do their own work. You know, you are making mats using your hands, for heaven's sake. That's it. Or you are fabricating something in your village or in your home. And maybe you just want some more money to buy paint and paint it, and maybe it looks better. Or you are a carpenter in your village. Maybe you just want to buy paint or buy one chisel to help you make it better. This is Juakali enterprise. And I would have loved to see even more resources targeted to it. We have money for the older persons. There is money for growth, for women enterprises. This is money for women enterprises. Even if you have 800,000, you can be even topped up, given a loan, and you're able to expand on your businesses. And I'm glad that the program is national. It is targeting people around the country. But I think we need to start giving quotas to some of these programs, because you will end up finding out that probably Kampala has consumed 80% of the money. Why? Because probably they're the ones with the biggest number of enterprises. And where will my Mufumbira from Muchisoro learn about this, that they can access this? Or my friend from Karamoja, when will they learn about this to get the idea and be able to do it? I think these are some of the enterprises that are really very critical in uplifting the lives of our people, but at the same time in improving wealth creation. But like we said from the beginning, if you want to put people into the money economy, then these are some of the things that we can be able to do. I mean, if I had the opportunity as Minister of Finance, I would do a triple some of these programs. But maybe even more, I would even consolidate them into one and ensure that all groups that I mentioned can be able to access these programs. Because sending money to parish level, I can tell you, is one of the game changers. So we tried also to look at programs that are likely to boost household incomes and micro enterprises. And of course, you'll find out that a number of them that we have talked about. But also, if you go to in education, you'll find out that we have money for Uganda Seed Secondary Education Expansion Phase. You will have a 12 billion for developing a primary schools project. You have money for vocational project, Phase 2. Uganda National Examination Infrastructure Project, but also 4.7 billion for special needs education. If you go to works and transport, you'll find out that standard railway is going to come, national roads and bridges, the road fund management. I don't know, but when finance comes, we are going to ask them about the road fund management, because we thought we had closed the Uganda road fund to send money direct to the districts. Maif with coffee, narrow 181 billion. Something narrow is doing is also something news are trying to do, and tick vaccine, I think, which is very important. We've added more funds for agricultural credit facility for the 7 billion. This fund is for for the bigger farmers, not for the smaller farmers. Extension services, 199 billion. Private sector, we are continuing to finish and develop new industrial parks. We have money for electricity access project. We have money for Karuma hydropower. Climate change, we have money for Uganda Climate Smart project. Resilience, irrigation and water supply. So these are some of the resources that have been put into the budget so that we can be able to expand production, increase wealth, facilitate trade. Yesterday we had an event where we were looking at trade. And one of the things that we have been trying to engage on is, if all of us were to get into the money economy, that means we have to get into trade. And as such, it becomes very, very important that whether you are small or big, you must have space. The environment must be conducive for all of you. For example, if you want credit, PDM is there for you, and that's important. If you want to get a permit of whatever kind, how long does it take? If you have a dispute with your partner in business, when will the commercial court sit and resolve that dispute? What mechanisms are there for you to resolve that dispute? It's quite shocking that we have 7 trillion of Ugandan shillings stuck in a commercial court. That the commercial court has not been able to resolve those cases, and those cases are worth 7 trillion Ugandan shillings. It can take you 500 days to resolve one, to resolve a commercial dispute. So because of the case backlog. So what do you need to do if you are, a small, medium enterprise person, and you really need to work out and survive? So these are some of the things that we want to see happening. That if you are in Ichisoro and you have, come up with a new product, you have packaged your Muramba properly and you want to start selling it, how long does UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, how long does it take for it to give you a certificate that you can now start selling your Muramba that is packaged and that it is safe for human consumption? If you hear stories of private sector, I'm telling you, it is so sad sometimes. The big boys, of course, know what to do. They immediately will employ a chemist, please. Put salary for him, make a formula properly, go to UNBS, sit there for a whole week, you get a certificate. But you and me, from Chisoro, from Karamoja, you want to package that small thing you have come up with. I don't think you even know where the office of UNBS is. So these are the things we are grappling with. And yet we believe that if you do that, you add value on that small product for yourself. We believe that it is one way of putting you into the money economy, of fighting poverty, but creating employment and even local development. And these are the things we are fighting for in this country. But also importantly is that you need markets. If you need markets, now, who are you as a farmer? You are growing maize. Or you are a dairy farmer. How do you know about the international maize prices? Your job is to grow maize. But your government should look for the markets. If you are selling to Kenya and Kenya wakes up one morning and says we no longer want maize in Kenya, you as a farmer, I don't think you can even have any fight to go and fight the Kenyan government. Your government should have the capacity to engage in commercial diplomacy across the globe to ensure that we protect our markets and also access new markets. We will definitely not be able to leave this by looking at ways we can save money for poverty-focused programs. One of the things we are finding in the budget is that there are items we think if we shouldn't deal away with them completely, we should at least reduce them. Travel inland will cost Ugandans 978 billion Ugandan shillings. Now, Some people would say, no, 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 don't say that, because when our people are going to monitor services across the district, they need this money. It is okay. Inspectorate also needs money to go and monitor schools from Kampala to Bundubujo to wherever, yes. But I can tell you some of this money is when all our political people are going to go and look for campaign. That's where this money is going. Special meals and drinks is another area. Printing, photocopying, and binding is another area. The beauty with Ugandan government, it is so detailed. And I think that's why we need to recognize that access to budget information in this country is so perfect that you can really go and look at each and every shilling the way it is going to be, the way it's being given out. We have money for donations. Those brown envelopes. Those brown envelopes, they are budgeted for, so we should stop complaining about brown envelopes. Because they were put into the budget, it was debated by Parliament, it has now been passed. So when you see your speaker, your deputy speaker, giving out money, it is in the budget, they are supposed to spend it. So we shouldn't start complaining. We need to start complaining now for the next budget. Tell them that, come colleagues, can we reduce on this donation budget? Travel abroad, 138 billion Ugandan shillings. But this one has tremendously reduced. It used to be in the 400s. And I think the first time we started around 500 plus. It has been reducing properly. But once again, I mean, it is an area that you want to look at, because we are providing 100 million per parish for PDM. So just imagine how many parishes can benefit from 138 billion. So official ceremonies and state functions. So every time you hear that a person in this country has died and is going to be given an official how do they call it? Official funeral. Send off. This is where the money is going to come from. So that's why sometimes I'm like, okay, somebody is very important, but can't we make it small? Or can't we not celebrate that important day and we do it on Zoom? Because we did it during COVID. That is why the money is going to come. Is going to come. Even during the days of IT, where there is postage and courier, we are going to spend 3.8 billion on postage and courier, probably trying to put things abroad. Performance of poverty eradication programs. Persons who benefit from various government programs in the last 12 years plus the census, we are able to see that, for example, you can see the percentage of the people who have benefited from these major programs. You know, NADS, women entrepreneurship, youth livelihood, MYOGA. You can get these statistics from UBOS and be able to get some of the information. We have been told that of the 3.5 million households in subsistence economy, 23% reported to have benefited from parish development model. And over the last 3 years, government has invested almost 3.7 trillion in the parish development model. So now we can actually begin to tell how people are benefiting from different government programs, and I think it's quite very important that we look at it. Okay. I think another area is challenges and gaps, limited funding in some of the priority sectors. So government of Uganda has put in place what they call ATMs. ATMs, of course, is the 10th growth strategy of government. They want to have our economy grow from 50 billion to 500 billion dollars. What does that mean? It means that, and remember, almost 80% of this economy belongs to the private sector. So it means that even we ourselves must be as rich as that if we want to do that. And I think that's very important. So government has put in place programs and said they are going to concentrate on these programs, and they call them ATMs. That is agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals and development, science and technology, So they have identified those programs that they will be able to implement. They have allocated 3.5 trillion, but again, the National Development Plan had budgeted for 4.5. So we're at a shortfall of 1 trillion to get there. Now, the argument by government, which we are all arguing, is that forget about that we are putting real money in agriculture. Agriculture is being supported by enablers or other. We are putting money in education, in security. In fact, there has been an argument with me and a colleague of mine who say, he said, okay, fine, Julius, if you say there is no money in tourism, me and you, we are going to start a company of attracting tourists in Somalia, and we see how many are going to come. We should even provide free tickets to Somalia, and we see how many people are going to come to Somalia to visit Somalia. An indication that security is very important for a nation, and I agree with that. And I totally agree with that. But at the same time, I also give, a friend was talking about this, the enablers. And I think you remember the word of the maize meal. What comes first? Because even the people who said it is a maize meal knew about that. You need the maize, and then you need a mill to mill the maize, isn't it? So you can have the mill, the machine to harrow the mill, but if you don't have the maize, it will be redundant. But I can still have my maize, and I still plan to see how to get the maize meal. So I think we need to be able to focus on what comes first, and then we do it. I think for me it's quite very, very, very important. What comes first? Is it the maize or the meal? And then we say, since this is the most important part, let's put in money as we work on other enablers. And I think this is the debate that we are having, and probably it's a debate that we should continue having, because it does not make sense that you have these nice roads. There is a program in agriculture called KAIP, where they said, oh, people need storage, people need to process milk, people need these maize meal and coffee and coffee machines. But today, if you go, you find that the milk coolers don't have milk. You'll find that those coffee holders, they are empty, they are not functioning, they are in bush. An indication that they started from, the question of the chicken and egg was not addressed properly. Which one comes first? So the question of what enables a sector to grow is very important to address, but also what does the sector need to grow itself is what I think government needs to be able to address. The other challenge I think we are facing is the question of low absorption capacity. We are still unable to spend all the money that we have budgeted for. And I think that goes on to my argument of, because we've not really planned well, we find ourselves having monies that we cannot absorb immediately. So, for example, in the 2023-2024 budget, because we are now dealing with the real figures, total warrants, the amount of money that were approved for payment, were 50 trillion. The government only spent 48 trillion, leaving a balance of 1.4 trillion, which was utilized. But there is something here which we didn't capture, is that even out of the 50, the warrants that were given, we had actually revised this budget by a supplementary expenditure, and it had come to 61 trillion. The supplementary came in, revised the budget to 61. But at the end of the day, what we spent in the books was 48 trillion. An indication that even in the first place, we never needed a supplementary budget. So our limited capacity to absorb resources is one of the key issues that is affecting the way we are delivering the budget. And remember, the 14 trillion I also told you in terms of undisbursed loans. Supplementary expenses over the last few years, supplementary expenditure has increased from 3.2 to 8.9 trillion, and so far 6.5 in the current financial year budget, pushing the budget to 78 trillion. This is what is happening. Supplementary budgets come all the time. And the argument we are making is that you will never have a supplementary budget that is 100% perfect, because there are those things that you have not planned for. The unavoidable, unabsorbable, and predictable events that come. Who knows that Israel is bombing Iran and we are going to be affected? Because I was just thinking, how many students do we have in Iran? They definitely need to be evacuated. So if Minister of Foreign Affairs comes up with a supplementary budget, it is definitely understandable that you need that, because nobody predicted that war. But you can't have in a supplementary budget salaries and pensions for people. It just doesn't make sense. You can't have in a supplementary budget that you want to organize a conference. It just doesn't make sense at all. So these are some of the things that we find that really it abuses the process. So in terms of recommendations, I think for us, we are saying that ensure proper project preparation and accountability, improve absorption, prioritize clearance of contractor areas, domestic areas, but also strengthen the performance of poverty eradication programs like PDM. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Is it? The other day I was Mr. Julius Mukunda. I don't want to throw a designation because there's a lot of controversy around it. A round of applause for Mr. Mukunda. Mr. Mukunda and the team at CSBAG are indefatigable. And I'm sure if any one of us was given the mandate to track what government is doing on a daily basis, we wouldn't come up with a job as good as they are. So again, I would rub those palms and clap for them. He said so much, I will use the microphone. That is to ensure by the time I'm out of here, I still have my back intact. Mr. Mukunda spoke about aspects that are pain points to each one of us, and that is in line with today's theme, the people. When I heard the president in the State of the Nation address, and I was coming earlier today, I thought about what is the state of the people? What is the state of the person? Because if each one of us were given an opportunity to show what our states are, the conditions that we are in, especially financially, are we accessing the services that we want to access? Are we able to move as effectively as we want to move? In whichever intervention you want as an individual, is it coming clean? Is it coming smooth? Aren't you having to struggle? I don't want to mean that you should not struggle in life. Struggle ensures that you become a better person. But our state as individuals is pretty much very, very important. So that is really, really something that you should think about. He also asked, what next after all this? What do we do? What comes first? What comes after? There is always that ping pong back and forth. Somebody wants to do one thing, another wants to do another. And it's something that we're going to have to rectify as a country. I've been reliably informed that we have very distinguished ladies and gentlemen in our midst to attend this particular dialogue. And I would like to recognize Mr. Alex Paguma from the Uganda Driving License Services. Many thanks for joining us. Gunjo Irene from the Equal Opportunities Commission. I hope I got that right, especially on the surname. If not, my sincere apologies. Caesar Lubega from Uganda Revenue Authority, many thanks for joining us. Mike Nsereko from PPDA. Timothy Okware from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, many thanks for joining us. Sophie Nampewo from Oxfam, thank you for joining us. Luberenga Joseph, Public Service, you're also with us. Rubaku Kenneth, the Chief Accounting Officer from Madi Okolo, many thanks for joining us, and many thanks to you too. Mugeni Gabriel, the CAO, Nabila Tuk, Rose Kebirunji, CAO, Shema Mugoya Mulembe, CAO, Anamaingo, Ijosia Brian Sly, Yumbe, Opio Moses, Abim District, Twaha Adams, representative of the Chief Accounting Officer from Kanungu, Mr. Leonard Ahembisiwe from Isinjiro, many thanks for joining us. Francis Mindra from Ajumani, many thanks for joining us. Mamtaz Ismail from the Office of the Auditor General is also with us, as well as Jennifer Bairete from Uganda Bureau of Standards. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you for making time, especially if you joined us long after we had started. I'm sure we are now on board, especially if the presentation from Mr. Mkunda is anything to go by. Right about now, allow me invite an official from Pelham to give us a presentation on regional dialogues and the outcomes of those particular interventions. Pelham Uganda works to improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers and the sustainability of rural communities through fostering ecological land use management. As the gentleman comes, let's appreciate the work that Pelham is undertaking and give him a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Alan Sebulime. I work with the Central Archdiocese Province Kati Association as a head of programs, abbreviated as KAPUKA, which is a member organization of Pelham Uganda. But in that line, I'm also a member of the Pelham Uganda Country Board. So I'm here on behalf of Pelham, not on behalf of KAPUKA, because we are KAPUKA, we are Pelham family. Our presentation is about the regional post-budget dialogues, which happened in 4 regions. And I urge the person on the presentation to please proceed. Okay. That's the outline of the presentation. And for that matter, these regional dialogues happened in 4 regions, like noted, one in Central, with 5 districts, Ward 1 in Western Uganda, with 4 districts, Eastern, and also Northern, as you see. Basically, the takeaways as it is, or as you see, we noted that, yes, the theme for the budget is relevant, and I may not read it as word by word, but basically looking at it and looking at the theme which was crafted for this budget, it's relevant, and we appreciated it in its sense. Then for resources, we commend the government for the allocations, especially allocating funds to the local governments using domestic resources to almost a tune of 81.5 that was a good allocation, and we'd appreciate that direction. In terms of alignment with NDP4, we note that it is really well aligned for this, for the fact that 18 out of 20 program areas were, of course, prioritized, of course, which have higher multiplier effect, and we see that as a good take. In terms of the 5 priority areas, the ATMs, we note that yes, this is also a good strategy, focusing on agro-industrialization, tourism development with these potentials, as you know, mineral development, and also the aspects of sustainable development, oil and gas. I think that's a good strategy also for this budget going forward. And of course, the alignment with, as it is with the NDP4. The other takeaways, we note that the allocation, we appreciate the allocation of 5.56 trillion to local governments. And this, I think, really underscores or reflects strong commitment to the decentralization, one of course, the overall overarching strategy which the government or the Uganda has embraced for years. This empowers local authorities, of course, and also enables them to address the community needs for that case. However, in terms of implementation, we note, despite the increase of that, which is 5.56 trillion, which of course represents 7.6% of the total national budget, we note that it's still meager, it's still small, given the fact that a lot has to be done at local government, almost 70% is done down there. So we appreciate the increase, but still small. And from the consultations, this was highly revealed that we are struggling with the service delivery given this budget. In terms of trends, you note that trends are somehow encouraging. For instance, we singled out the program on natural resources. For instance, we singled out Kabale, which revealed that they had witnessed a substantial rise from 20 million, 54 millions allocated to support the initiatives on natural resources, climate change, water, and of course land, plus other observatory trends and agro-industrialization. We say, okay, it's possibly progressive, but then the issue is the amounts allocated. It's the core for other, which needs to be increased. Then regarding the nexus or local government and of course the local governments and the alignment of the, excuse me. Yes, about the nexus, local governments, and also with regard to lack of adequate platforms on mechanisms for meaningful influence of the national budget decisions. This is something we noted that needs to be looked on. Then, for observations, we observed limited allocations to the production department. You know, this is a department charged with extension. With the coming in of PDM, the very extension officers are tasked to do the follow-up, to do the backstopping of the groups. Of course, working with the local economic development department, which formerly used to be under that, which has the district commercial officers. But specifically for this, you see that they are struggling, and we need to see that that department is allocated more money, given the fact that because you cannot expect them to follow up, deliver, offer extension service, but also follow up other programs. So it's something which needs to be worked on. Then also we note the recurrent versus development spending, and note that a significant portion of the allocated funds, nearly 89, for instance, in Soroti, is consumed by recurrent expenditure, leaving only about 20% for development. This is not different with the districts like Ruero, almost just 70%, over 70% of the budget for this financial year is allocated to wages, salaries, and non-wage expenses, limiting development impact. This is serious, and I think from what the Director Sesba presented, you noted that stems from the national level, because even the national level, almost 30 plus trillions is basically for wages and salaries. So it's a lot of struggle, even down. Then the negligible natural resources funding, this is still happening. Like I noted, I gave the example. Although Kaborare, for instance, witnessed an increase from 20 to 54, but it's not the same elsewhere. Elsewhere, you noted some districts not even having almost money for non-wage expenses for development, especially when it comes to this program area. It's only salaries and the others in terms of development and community reach is zero. For Soroti, for instance, we noted that they only received 1.5% of the district budget. This program only received that percentage. And indeed, it's not good at all for transformation of the community, given the fact that climate change and the scorching sun and other challenges of climate change are posing a big challenge. More of the observations included the community concerns. They noted that community concerns are overlooked. Specifically, concerns and priorities of local communities, particularly those of farmers, often not adequately reflected or integrated into the national and district budgets and plans. This is not to say the processes of budget conferences don't happen. They do. But there's still a challenge that when they do and they present issues, a number of their priorities are not taken up. We may say, of course, the resource envelope is limited, but then they keep saying, yes, even if it's limited, you take this. When you talk to the districts, they will tell you, of course, the district development plans or programs tend to give them it's like their Bible. So it really guides them. So what communities present is just supplemented. But really, this is a big concern that the communities have raised in these dialogues. Mismanagement or misalignment of needs, this is another. And we noted that this results in critical community needs and priorities being overlooked during the budget allocations. And resource distribution, of course, which directly impacts on local development outcomes. Then questioning relevancy. This is something also local communities expressed skepticism about the relevance of the budget consultation meetings, as they expressed needs and priorities frequently appear to be disregarded or ineffectively incorporated into the final budgets. This is something which across all the regions kept coming, as well as the lack of meaningful participation. This one I may not explain much, but like I've noted that they turn up right from village, parish, they give their concerns, but to their disappointment, when the final budget framework papers are presented, they can't trace easily what they tabled as priority for their regions or for their districts. This is something which still affecting them. Then the limited operational funding. We noted that local government budgets for this financial year show insufficient allocation. Insufficient allocations to operations crucial for extension workers. Of course, for instance, transportation, fuel, the non-wage expenses are really very limited and they cannot do much. For instance, one district, I was inquiring from the DPO who told me that in my budget I have 2 million for extension worker, that's for a year, which means a quarter I have 500,000 to cater for fuel, to cater for all what's needed, repairing the motorbike. You can imagine for those who have the bikes, who have ever rode a bike, that's very little for 3 quarters. And this person or this worker has to transact, to move across a number of villages, a number of sub-counties. So it's a challenge that really that's affecting local governments. Then the restricted mobility, this inadequacy severely hampers extension workers. And of course, I've talked about it just for emphasis, that of course the reached farmers is also affected. The impact on rural development, I noted that as a direct consequence, our culture extension programs face significant challenges in achieving their intended impact, ultimately affecting the district, rural development, and productivity outcomes. The case in point is Kabarole. I noted that all the local government for this financial year allocated funds to extension salaries, there was no funds allocated towards the non-wage expenses, fuel, motorcycle, and all that. So workers will be only paid salary, sitting in the office, and this is an extension officer required to do work. What should we see? What should happen? And then you expect PDM people to be followed up. Of course, the parishes are there, parish chiefs are there, but need to be backstopped and supported here and there. There's also a glaring challenge under this extension and reach out. There's this newly carved out department of local economic development, commercial local economic development, where the district commercial officers are. These are the guys charged with registering the circles, of course, linking with the Ministry of Trade and all that. They also mandated to see that they follow up the cooperatives, but they're struggling. Most of the departments in districts, they don't even have a single motorcycle. Those newly created departments, especially that one. So it's really something we need to see that we support us and see that government improves and their support that area. The other takeaways and recommendations, our takeaways and recommendations. One, we propose and we request, we recommend that we need to increase the local government share. Just for emphasis, we note that we need to increase the percentage of the national budget to be allocated to the local governments, commensurate with the responsibility for implementing over 70% of government activities. Two, prioritize productive sectors. Ensure increased and sustained allocations to production and natural resources department at the local governments, and also shifting focus from recurrent to development expenditures. I've already noted this, that development expenditures, development allocations are really meager, so we need to see that these priority sectors are looked at. I've talked about the production department. I'm now talking about the local economic development department, the natural resources, district natural resources departments. These really need to be, of course, community development is there, but when you look at most budgets, community development somehow, I think, has some reasonable allocations in terms of awareness. At least the budgets I saw, like for Wero and others, I would see that there was some money at least allocated for them for CDOs to reach out. Then strengthen community participation. We request, or we recommend that we should establish robust mechanisms for meaningful community participation in budget planning, ensuring local priorities and farmers' needs are genuinely integrated into national and district budgets. This is not to say the district development plans shouldn't be, of course, prioritized or consulted, but also let's balance farmers' needs as and when they come, and also then compare with what we planned for the 5 years. Then adequate extension support. We recommend to allocate sufficient operational funds for extension workers, especially the annual wage facilitation, covering transportation, like I noted here. This will enhance their mobility and effectiveness in reaching farmers and delivering vital services that are really are needed. Further to that, moving forward, we note that the regional post-budget dialogues have highlighted critical areas requiring immediate attention to ensure that budget allocations truly translate into tangible development outcomes at grassroots level. And this is imperative that all stakeholders, government officials, local authorities, development partners, and the general public collaborate to address these identified gaps. By collectively advocating for increased local government funding, prioritizing productive sectors, fostering genuine community participation, and of course providing adequate support to extension workers, Uganda can pave the way for more equitable and sustainable development. PERAM Uganda, as PERAM Uganda, we remain committed to facilitating these crucial conversations and advocating for policies that empower local communities and drive inclusive economic transformation across the nation. There are some next steps there. For instance, we talked of consolidating and disseminating detailed reports for all regional dialogues. This is something we shall do. Plus the others, we also see that we share widely. This is what I had, but there's something I wanted also to just appeal. Maybe it's aligned with what my previous big man, the CS Bag Idi raised, the issue of reserves. Currently, the trends, what's happening in the world, we're having the wars ongoing. But to what extent our budgets, we can talk about supplementary budgets, but to what extent our budgets possibly, or even the planners of the state, strengthening the reserves. I'm talking about the food reserves, the fuel reserves. Because, for instance, the Ukrainian war began small. Now you've seen the years it has prolonged. We are seeing Iran, Iran-Israel invasion. It's beginning small, but who knows, it will culminate into a bigger war. And of course, with the fuel, you know the implications. So this is my appeal. It came out, it's not here, but it's overarching beyond the regional consultations. This is something we need to reflect on. Otherwise, thank you for listening. This is what we had. We had much more than this, but because of time, we had to compress it to this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, from the organization that is working very closely and under the aegis of Pelham in as far as your interventions are concerned. I would like right about now to engage you, the audience, especially with regard to the two presentations that we've just had. But before we do that, allow me inform, especially those of us that might have come a little bit later, that we are live on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, that is the national broadcaster. The dialogue is also streaming live on CSBAG YouTube. So for those that are online, please ensure that your friend, especially those you think ought to be here but haven't made it today, follow the conversation very closely. For those of us who could be having a little bit of trouble, especially with regard to connectivity, Mestil has offered us an opportunity to be able to engage constructively. Mestil guest, the password is NGO18. NGO18 for Wi-Fi, so that you can save up a bit on some of these monies that you put into data. It's always a good idea. When you get an opportunity to save up, please ensure that you do. So right about now, we have a chief, administrative officers. Those are people who love to be described as cows within us. And I would like some specific feedback, especially with regard to the presentation that has just been done by the gentleman. And then after that, we shall proceed, especially in light of the presence within us of an official from the Ministry of Finance to present the keynote address. So I have a gentleman here with me. I'll need a little bit of help, especially with regard to the microphone. Let me get some help. Do we have an extra? Please, there is. So, like I prayed a little bit earlier, let our questions, submissions be very, very brief. We should be able to work within the allotted time. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Your name quickly, and then your reaction.
Yeah, thank you. I may request about 5 minutes.
Please, 5 minutes will be too much time. Could you
Yeah,
use
thank you.
2.5?
The first presentation, we saw human capital development carrying 15%. And when we talk of human capital development, that is education, health, community service. If you divide 15 by 3, which means the percentage is around 4 to 5. That's where my point starts. And they say northern Uganda is the most poorest region. And I want to say there is no country which is better than higher education system. And we want to appreciate our government for trying to make sure we fund our own budgets. Because in due respect, this issue of budgets being Donald Trumped all the time, then we wait for what we can implement may may not suffice and help us much. And I want to bring to our attention that all the efforts regarding what the presenter said, what is it that we can do differently to change or to transform the citizens? I want to say all what we have been doing is treating the symptoms of Ugandans' problem or citizens' problem. The real cause of the problem or poverty of Ugandans is failure to give quality education for our citizens. Why do I say this? We have not implemented our set standards in education. We all know our standards say teacher-pupil ratio is supposed to be 1:53. I started talk without telling you who I am. I'm inspector of schools, Olegai Sem Amin, representing Dio Yumbe district. We have those set standards, and in northern, specifically West Nile, these set standards are not fulfilled or implemented. In our district, the teacher-pupil ratio ranges from 1:80 to 200. But I was in one of the regions in Uganda here in April. I got shock of my life. We went to schools as inspectors. I discovered that in one of the municipalities in Eastern, teacher-pupil ratio ranges from 1:18 to 30, much below the set standard. And the problem with this is the sketchy skeleton of teachers we have in our schools in West Nile is now not concentrating to give quality education, where our learners can grab concepts and their literacy level is improved to be able to read and write by P4. And the cause is now, the cause of this poor literacy has caused high dropout rate. If the child is not able to read and write, this child is bound to drop out of schools.
All right.
Yumbe district completion rate is 27%, Maracha 6%, Nebi 8%. And this percentage, which means the dropout rate in Yumbe is 73%, Maracha 94%, Nebi 92%. Why did I say we are trying to fight symptoms? The population we have at home is made up of this illiterate community dropping out from our schools. How much money we give to eradicate the poverty, we may hit snag.
All right.
Assuming
Thank you very
educate
much.
the population,
I think.
first they are educated and then we give money. We give.
Okay.
How much impact do we create?
All right. Thank you very much. I think the problem has been well diagnosed, sir.
Refugee hosting schools, refugee hosting districts.
Okay.
That is a unique situation. I need to talk of it. Because Yumbe district is hosting the largest number of refugees.
All right.
As we talk now, of the over 500 teachers recruited by NGOs to teach the settlement learners, over 246 already laid off because of Donald Trumping of the budgets. Tell me, what quality of education is that community receiving? So the districts in West Nile deserve affirmative action in terms of education so that we have quality citizens to be transformed easily for God and my country.
All right. Thank you very much. That is a very exhaustive excavation of some of the issues that do bring us to the challenges that we face in the education sector. But allow me again ask a local government official, probably, or most probably rather, the chief administrative officers, to talk to us, especially with regard to development of capacity building programs on local government expenditure, as well as resource utilization that formed the crust of some of those regional dialogues that were conducted by the organization that runs under the aegis of PELAM. Who has my microphone on this side? Please do. You have a lady with you right there. Your name first, your designation, so we can follow.
My name is Rose Kebirunji from Shema District.
Great.
I thank you. Protocol observed. I want to advocate one issue on funds absorption. I advocate for flexibility of guidelines. You find a district is taking back a lot of money when some other departments need that money. At the surface of it, it looks like a ministry or a district is unable to absorb funds while the needs are not funded. So I advocate for flexibility in the guidelines. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Flexibility in guidelines on utilization of funds, that is something that we think somebody will be able to respond to a little later. There is a gentleman right there. Please.
Thank you.
Good.
My name is Basil Wabugoya Wanzila. I'm representing civil society organizations from, I come from Bale. I have two issues. One, sir, is the issue of the older person's grant. You talked of 5 billion for the country. I would like to make an observation, practical observation. I went to one of the local governments and I was told that this grant is for people between 60 and 79. Yeah, I beg to be corrected. Now, if the Ministry of Gender has that range of ages and they allocated to this local government 10 million, which means only two groups in 2025, rather 2024-25, received a grant. When I looked at the files that had applied members, it was very, very unfortunate. So I am calling on the government, especially gender ministry, to take count of how many persons are between 60 and 79 in order for them to relate the 5 billion in the country. That is number one. Two, electricity access to be scaled up. Chairperson, unfortunately for this program, which was rural electrification program, it suddenly stopped. When Umeme handed over to UEDCL, they stopped giving us power. We paid, But up to now, they are telling us that, you know, arrangements are being made. We give them 2 months. Now it is 3. Now it is 4. Where is the problem, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll allow for more reflections to come through a little bit later. Some of the questions that have been put to us by the 3 presenters pretty much might get some answers and feedback from the next speaker who effectively represents the government. A little bit later, I'll love my team to distribute a QR code for each one of us. It will be placed on the tables, and that will be very significant in allowing you to share, especially the questions, the supplements to some of the discussions and ideas, perspectives, and insights that are being shared, so that later we can integrate them into the report that will be put together by the rapporteurs. But do rest assured that the next speaker has some very significant submissions to make to us. They might answer those questions. And in that stead, allow me invite before us the Director of Budget in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Hannington Ashaba, to speak to us and also deliver the keynote address on the financial year 2025 national budget, transforming challenges into opportunities. You're most welcome, sir.
Moderator. Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. So thank you very much. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here, always, because I had my journey, formative years of an officer in government with the civil society. I was trained by Julius Mukunda, and especially in gender budgeting. That time was a kafuru in gender budgeting with Julius Mukunda, and they exposed me a lot to that. So interacting with you is always a pleasure, and especially see how CS Bag and partners have come this far. So allow me recognize, first of all, the executive directors for CS Bag, but also Accord. I don't know whether Ghana Debt Network is here. They represented? Okay, I recognize you. I also worked with you for a long time on debt issues. Julius knows and all that. So I recognize you plus the other partners who are here. I see Oxfam for putting up these post-budget dialogues. I also recognize the rest of the stakeholders here, the academia, public officers from both central and local governments, private sector, the media, and all invited participants, ladies and gentlemen. I will have an opportunity, of course, to interact with you. There were even some questions raised, but allow me, first of all, deliver remarks from PSST, who sends in his apologies. He was unable to come, but he requested me to represent him here. So after his remarks, then we can interact and then try to clarify on some of the things around the budget. So I want to thank all the budget transparency partners who are partnered with government, particularly working with our Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to engage citizens to participate in the budget process
Specifically, allow me to thank CS Bag and Accord, whom I had recognized earlier, for organizing this high-level policy dialogue on the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. And this budget provides an opportunity, or this dialogue on the budget provides an opportunity to the citizens to appreciate the budget that was approved by Parliament sometime, but also that was delivered on 12th by the Minister of Finance in Kororo. The theme of this dialogue, as you all know, focuses on transforming challenges into opportunities, while putting emphasis on budgeting for people-centered economic growth. You can underline that or bold it if you want. And I think for me, I found that as a catchphrase, and as I go on, I will try to elaborate more on how the budget for next fiscal year resonates with the theme for this dialogue. That's why I'm happy that all of you are here. We can try to interrogate the budget and see where some of these opportunities are. So that theme is consistent with the theme of our budget, which you all know. And I will illustrate that more in my remarks. As you all are aware, the biggest constraint to our socio-economic transformation has been focusing our efforts on identifying challenges instead of opportunities at our disposal, and of course, on how to seize those opportunities. This is the mindset I'm also currently inculcating in many of our planners. Our friend from Shema mentioned about non-absorption in one sector, in one department. Then I said, this failure. This is a planning failure which you want to correct during execution. But we can plan better if our planning function was well capacitated. So I'm going to work on that mindset so that we inculcate into our planners, but now here I think even broadly into all our partners, including civil society, that while we can recognize challenges, let's look at opportunities always and plan better in order to benefit from those opportunities. The budget for financial year 25-26, we all know now. It's been around, the news have been around for some time since we read the budget, but even a priori, because now the budget fairly, we know it before, just a few things keep changing. So the budget now amounts 72.376 trillion. Try to split those trillions into where is the money in the budget, or where is the budget in the money? I don't know. So that we can trace this 72 trillion. There is some marginal increase from this year, it's ending in a few days from now, just like 3.3% marginal increase. It's in the same range. And we shall also see the drivers of what has resulted into that marginal increase. But this budget provides tremendous opportunities, especially for the youth, the women, the private sector, the farmers who put food on our plates, agro-processors, among others. And the budget theme, as I had indicated, is of course full monetization of the Ugandan economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation and market access. We maintained it, I think now for 3 years running. But it summarizes the key areas where opportunities are in the budget. And as you will note, these are not only productive, but also pro-people or people-centered. Now, allow me present you the budget in summary. Just recap, because I think even before me, maybe somebody split the budget so that we understand it. And why am I doing this? You know, the budget is like a weighing scale. They call it munzani in mizani. But who calls it munzani? I heard somebody calling it, maybe it must be my minister Kasaija, because I heard him say calling it munzani. But it's a budget, don't have that one. That's off cuff. So it has revenue on one side, but also what? Expenditure on the other side. And when these two don't balance, then you sometimes get into problems, what we call the budget deficit, that gap. I remember, again, Julius, earlier on, during gender budgeting things, we used to say, don't focus only on expenditure, because if there's a temptation to only focus on the expenditure side of the budget, but the constraint is actually represented by revenue. Because expenditure needs will be many or pressures, but revenue, even others become innovative and say unfunded priorities. We have now discouraged that. In the PBS, we have frozen unfunded priorities. If it's a priority, didn't fund it. If you can't fund it, put it aside and plan better. But for many years, we had unfunded priorities. Why? Because we focus on expenditure and we forget the budget constraint, which is the revenue. Now, the resource of 72.4 trillion will be raised as follows. One is the domestic revenue. Domestic revenue of 37.2 trillion, but mainly, really, the biggest component is the tax revenue of 33.9, the URA money, which is the tax revenue. And we shall discuss around that. That's where also you have a problem, because your tax effort, of which we anticipate like 0.5% growth in tax GDP, is really high. You need to do things differently, because for the last 10 years, we said we shall grow tax GDP rate of 0.5 so that we can reach at least 16, but you can see we are still. So that's where we need some more advocacy around to ensure that we hit that mark. Then, of course, you have the non-tax revenue, 3.2 trillion. Non-tax revenue is still low. Usually, by the way, in domestic tax, non-tax, you don't rely on it. Because sometimes tax experts say it's an unreliable source. Sometimes Dr. Arthur might renew his passport, but he will not renew it every week, you see that? So once in 5 years. So now, this year it will be, because so many people are renewing passports, the tax revenue can go up, but then it can go down. It could be like these fines which had come up. Suppose people face these fines and all behave well. What happens in the following month? They behave well. Maybe they were clever. They put it at 30 kilometers per hour so that even if you behave well, you are caught anyway. So you can see non-tax revenue is just an unreliable source of revenue that you don't usually put it in your revenue projection. So we usually focus on tax revenue but also on land tax revenue. And it's also an area we need to improve, because I think there are still inefficiencies, especially like in land registration fees and all that. And in the budget, I think I came with the, should have recognized him, Assistant Commissioner Tagore Ali, Assistant Commissioner for Budget Policy. And you will interact with him later more, because he's the guy actually who does the budget. But we put some money, especially to revamp the land, the MZOs, because there's quite some money. There was a study done by Lands that there's a lot of transactions in land and all that. Now the next is net domestic borrowing of 11.3 trillion. I will not discuss more on that. I will not bore you. But net domestic borrowing means that you are mobilizing money from our markets, markets, treasury bills, bonds, etc. Why we call it net domestic borrowing, per se is not an instrument to finance the budget, but I think things have changed, because the central bank would use it for other monetary purposes. Mopping up excessive liquidity, like you mop. Or when there's more money, people hold papers and we mop it out, like you mop your sitting room. But we call it net. The cost of that mopping, but over and above, because if we get, we pay. We get from Arthur, we pay, Julius. But we can make a difference, isn't it? Can make a difference, and that goes into financing our budget. So that is the net, over and above. Generally, it's a good instrument, especially now that external financing is drying up. You mobilize money from your local markets, especially if it is netting off. The only problem is when you get short-term money and you use it to finance long-term investments like roads, dams, etc. So it creates a mismatch. But there's another one where economists are also calling crowding out effect. I will not go there, but you can know. I'm trying to simplify. Usually the macroeconomic assumptions beyond these numbers, which I know people don't explain, but I can explain it simply, and I hope we understand. What we call crowding out is that the bank, when they see our friend, the inspector from Nebi, Yumbe, now they say this man from Yumbe is very risky. He can even run away to Congo. Why don't I lend the money to government instead of what? Our friend from Yumbe. That is what it means. So Yumbe is crowded out, and the money goes into government. So there are those two, mismatch in liquidity, but also crowding out effect of net domestic borrowing. But we expect 11 trillion, and we are doing it purposefully so that we avoid crowding out. And as like the minister indicated in the budget speech, the net domestic borrowing for our government now is also having an effect on lowering interest rates, because government borrows because it has credibility expensively, but gives money cheaply through UDC, for example, UDB, PDM, MIOGA, cheaply, or sometimes at zero cost or no cost completely, so that we leverage again on the goodwill of government to make sure that the citizens access cheap and patient capital. Now, the third, I will spend some more time here to explain to you the revenue side. The rest I will just marathon, is the local revenue collected by local governments. And I'm deliberately doing this explaining to you because I want civil society partners to put emphasis and focus. Julius, I know you've been doing this, but after more on local government, for example. They cannot keep collecting 328 billion. Now how? There are many, you see, if they don't improve on their effort, I don't know how we can help them, but it should have been done earlier. It should have been a precondition, actually. Now, even for cities, should have been for me, but I think it has gradually, been reducing. And as I found somebody talking of, was it inspector from Yumbe, the Trump things and all that. But you know, now grants are really reducing. But also we see a reduction in loans for budget support. Instead, we are seeing external project financing again going up. Lenders or external partners prefer giving money to dedicated projects, a road, Jinja Kampala Express, a dam, industrial parks, etc., of 11.3 trillion. And lastly, domestic debt refinancing. This one, we call it rollover in simple terms. Instead of paying, you roll over the debt with the central bank. Now, when you add all those, they aggregate 72. So even if I stop here, I have explained the budget. And that's why you called me to explain the budget, but also the assumptions sometimes behind the budget. And more importantly, we need to start focusing on most of those. Because as you can see, this has implications. 72, like Trump called he said it's a big, beautiful budget. Even this one is a big, beautiful budget. But you need to be careful because those assumptions, there are a lot of shocks now. Some are exogenous, by the way. You know, economic shock is dangerous because you can try to mitigate. Now, who knew that Iranians and Israel would fight? We didn't know. But all of a sudden, the impact on oil prices, just like that, they spiked, and etc. Or who knew Trump would happen, and the tariffs and all that. So we need to be resilient as a country, because it's the resilience that can withstand a shock. That's what we do, even in engineering. If you have earthquakes, your building becomes stronger. Now, briefly, let me touch on the expenditure side. The total resource available to finance these activities after paying all debts. Now that's another one, Mr. Moderator. I don't know how many, you time me because I've been working on this budget for this whole year. So I might go on and on and on. Okay. The expenditure side, and I will not distribute the 72 because some of it is gone anyway. So you only have 43. You see, that's why it's interesting when you have a budget of some of our countries, it is already constrained. And I'm explaining this also deliberately because 72, when you hear commentators there, 72 trillion budget, but you have only 43.4, which is, we call it discretional. You can divide that. The rest is already taken up. You are going to pay your interest payments for the loans, amortization, it is paying back the principal, but also there are other statutory obligations. You must pay wage already netted off. We also net off domestic areas, etc. After paying all debts, including domestic areas, etc., you remain with 43.4. And this has been prioritized in two areas. And I think since we read the budget, or even when you read the budget, these were elaborated on. I will not bore you again. But one is what we call ATM. The ATMs, Somebody said it's like the ATM we use in the what? In the bank to bring cash. But the ATM largely means A is agro-industrialization, T is tourism, M is mineral development, including oil and gas, and then S is science, technology, including ICT. Now the ATMs combined have taken 4 trillion. But largely, the most money is in agro-industrialization of 1.85 trillion. The rest you can see, I'll give you. Then human capital. When I came in, I found somebody talking about human capital, health, education, water, social protection, mainly for the elderly, SAGE, etc., 11.44 trillion. Maintaining peace, security, rule of law, 9.9 trillion. Money is also in full monetization of the economy, which is a key phrase in the theme, 2.4 trillion. And there you can elaborate. This is now in the budget speech. All those areas which are people-centered. That's why I brought it, so that we are in line with the theme for this dialogue. Parish development model, invite, grow. All these are opportunities, like I said, that we can seize to grow our economy, but also ensure that our budget is people-centered. Infrastructure development, after you have ATMs, you go to what we call enablers. Enablers are the foundation to ensure that ATMs are productive and they give us growth. And mainly these are infrastructure investments. Investments in rail, SGR, meter gauge, etc., which takes the lion's share of 7 trillion, manufacturing. Now, there's something I will underline, Roman 2 there, which, and I'm happy we did it, because I with my colleagues at the office, we really tried to convince everybody, including cabinet and HE, to pay our obligations as government. Government was losing credibility. Was losing credibility. So even HE, we met him, everybody, and said, no, you cannot have close to 5 trillion in domestic areas. No. This is for suppliers of goods and services, contractors, people who have debt in, and they are losing their assets. So at 1.4 trillion in the budget, this is a tremendous milestone. We had 200 billion for many years running. So we hope if we pay, inject this money in the economy. By the way, the immediate impact is that when you give 1.4 trillion in taxes, you get 600 billion. Just like that, it comes back and supports revenue. But that's not the main issue. The main issue is the private sector revamps, and they can now do business with the public sector and without fear of losing their assets and all that. Now, what do we need to do differently to ensure that our budget, this budget have elaborated first from the macro side, but also from the micro, how we have allocated it, otherwise it remain numbers. Yeah, but what do we need to do differently? I will say, I don't know, Dr. Arthur or Julius, you have the 10-fold growth. You can even have soft copies for everybody, so that because that's the main anchor, the strategy for the budget, this budget, next, and for the 5 years of NDP4. And as you know, it's an ambitious target. We want to grow our economy tenfold, just like that, within 15 years. Let's try let's try very hard so that we are around within 15 years, isn't it? So we can say within our lifetime. So that we are around, let's try very hard. We can try. And this strategy will grow the economy to USD 500 billion from, some are saying 50 billion. The estimate is, another estimate I saw is like 63 billion. But we are there. as a country. And this is a tremendous jump also of our GDP. We are catching up with Kenya at 130 billion USD. We were, by the time you can see we've been growing. Tanzania, I think, is around 83 B. Rwanda is about 19 B USD. Burundi has no statistics. I don't have tried to get statistics for Burundi. I can't. And South Sudan definitely. But you can see we've been moving. So moving 500 can be possible. And also, of course, that will also raise our GDP per capita from the current 1,146 to about 7,000. 7,000. You will be in the less. 4,000. You will be really. So that's why I'm saying we should try hard to be alive. Dr. Arthur, try hard and we'll be alive in 15 years. I want a per capita of 7,000 really in my pocket. That would be tremendous. But as I conclude, these are things we need to do things differently. And in the tenfold growth strategy, we have 4 things. One, we call it clean up. We must clean up. We must have civic and trade order. And these are interventions that can be done even with no money. Have order. We call it clean up. Don't drive on pavers. Don't, unnecessary. Build in road reserve. Developed nations have order. So civic and trade order, clean up. Don't say things. There are things and they resonate with all of us, isn't it? We see them every day where you meet borders, you see all those chaos. So even if you say you want that money, you can have it. Angola almost reached somewhere, or Nigeria, but you definitely have enclaves of prosperity, but then you will have chaos. That's why the rich might migrate and just build on Lake Victoria and leave us here when they have that income, like you see elsewhere in Abuja and in Angola there, if you read around that. 2, green up. Nations now are greening up, including even China, who are the heavy polluters. They are greening up. They are putting a lot of effort. So those who are coming should do better. Don't first pollute and destroy environment. Okay, there's a debate. We studied that in economics also. There's a debate. But now I think that has also collapsed. That debate. You can grow, but also sustainably by greening up. So we need to reverse the current decline in environmental assets so that we have intergenerational use or equity in use of our resources. 3 is link up. You link up, we need to link up more. Have access to regional and international markets, but also integrate into new global manufacturing value chains. This is a must. Because if you don't, you can grow up. Like now we see there's expansion in production and all that, but we must really have markets. Because if you don't have a dollar, what do you do? Many of our countries it's a dollar. It's the dollar. That, you need to read more about what happened to Ghana and Malawi, I think. All those countries, when the dollar collapses, it can mess you up. And I think that's why here we've been resisting having dollar bonds and dollar-denominated bonds and all that. But you can link up with the rest and get dollars. 4, skill up. We must unlock the productivity potential of the country's population. By the way, Uganda, of course, literacy and numeracy rates have gone up. But I think we are still, and our skills are going down. The productivity, when you look at most of the research, it is pointing to a declining productivity for most of our labor here. It's something we must work on. And you can see, even those who would come here for education are really turning away. I will not elaborate more, but it's an area we need to, as in this journey. Lastly, is execution discipline, which we term as team up. Team up. Government must work as one. But now you can see, you look at this recent thing of the permits. 3 ministries are quarreling now. You think really? Just quarreling. Just like that. So we must team up. There are other key opportunities for private sector and citizens. I will not go so much into them. Funding for SMEs, which is mainly in manufacturing and export. Infrastructure development for industrial parks. Capitalization of agricultural credit facility. UDB, etc. Now, as I conclude, the budget for financial year 25-26, as I said, provides an opportunity for all Ugandans to participate in the economy. In particular, one, it offers opportunities for Ugandans still stuck in the subsistence economy. And this is through programs like PDM and other wealth creation funds. It's another area, maybe our partners, you can, I think you have not, maybe time like for PDM, the lag is still too short. But we shall need some studies so that we have some evidence. Because some people are skeptical, but we are seeing some benefits are manifesting. I wish I had come with this data, but I can get it. We have a unit monitoring PDM, for example. Some people are paying back for the first time, paying back. They are saying, please, we want to pay back so that we create a revolving fund. For the first time, you have people in the countryside paying back, and that points to full monetization. The budget also is anchored on 10-fold growth strategy, which focuses on the private sector. Most of the growth from 500B will really be powered by the private sector. And that itself presents several opportunities for the private sector to grow, export more, and generate more gainful jobs. The budget, as I indicated in the numbers, you saw the numbers. Also focuses on the youth, provides tremendous opportunities to the youth who make up the majority of Uganda's population. It also mainly provides opportunities to acquire more skills, access finance, especially long-term and patient finance, to innovate and develop new and better products. Most of these were presented by Minister of Finance. The budget also supports the social services sector and social safeguards, especially to the children in the health sector, so that children are born in safe hands, immunized, sleep under a mosquito net, drink clean, safe water, and are educated in a nearby school for free. B, supports the elderly. I talked about SAGE and all those people with disabilities by providing social safety nets. I'm saying this to show you that in the budget is real. You can touch it, some money goes. The rest can be execution and other leakages, but allocations for now point to a people-centered budget. So allow me thank the partners for collaborating with government, but particularly with Ministry of Finance and our budget transparency initiative, which has taken us miles, by the way. And allow me, through you, moderator, ask the audience to clap for our partners on this. Because Uganda is ranked very high in budget transparency and improvements in planning, thanks to this collaboration. And such dialogues, because now you can see with this dialogue, can't you explain the budget in simple terms? So thank you for listening to me, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Huntington Ashaba. As you take your seat, we would like to congratulate you for ably being able to ensure that even we who are not in the corridors of policy planning can understand. But most importantly, we are now confident, given your dose of optimism when it comes to budget implementation. However, I don't want to ambush you. This is maybe a question we would love to ask the permanent secretary and secretary to the treasury. You spoke about the fact that 3 ministries are fighting. We want to ask the question, why the uncoordinated troop movements on some of these issues? I don't know how you will tackle that, but please, some people might well want to understand why one ministry goes at it, another seems to not understand what the other is going at, and then there's another one that is waiting to see how these two, end up, and then it also comes through. So that will be something that can be addressed. I would have allowed for a Q&A, one to get some questions with regard to what the Director for Budget has just spoken about, but I am afraid, and rightly so, that this particular Q&A could stretch us into yet again another aspect of discussion that will eat into the time that we have allotted for the panel discussion. So around about now, ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to ease your fears, especially with regard to critical feedback today. Later, a QR code will be provided to each one of us, and on that QR code, you'll be able to access by way of scanning, where you can share key aspects. It could be submissions on some of the discussions that have been presented here, but it could also be on things that you see as misses from the presenters and also the government in as far as the budget is concerned. So right about now, I would like to invite panelists for our discussion that will center on aspects as will be shared for each one of us. Sophie Nampewo, Finance for Development Coordinator at Oxfam, please. If you don't mind, please make your way to the platform. We shall be getting underway. Leonard Ahimbisiwe, the Chief Administrative Officer, Isinjiro District. Please do make your way. Thank you. Robert Mbazira, the Senior Manager, Business Tax Advisory at IS. Make your way to the platform. I do have Mr. Huntington Ashaba on the panel, but I think an amendment should have been done. We shall instead be having his lieutenant to join us and be able to give us insight on prioritization as well as reallocation in times of fiscal constraints. So I will ask Mr. Ashaba to effectively allow the lieutenant to come forth. Sir, you're most welcome to the platform. Great. I think he is straight here. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady. Lady, we do apologize for saying lady last. Effectively, we are told the crown has a king and the address changes from ladies and gentlemen to gentlemen and ladies. But in light of our traditions and utmost respect for our own way of doing things, ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you, moderator. By way of introduction, my name is Robert Mbazira. I'm a senior tax manager with Ernst & Young, and I've been at it for over 13 years. I've had experience in Kenya, moved to South Africa, but then also I'm a writer, and I usually attend such forums like this to share my views. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leonard Aimisiwe. I am the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Isinjiro District. I have worked with the local government and risen through the ranks, beginning from a senior assistant secretary, commonly known as sub-county chiefs. I have been a principal township officer, and here I am. So I have a vast experience in management of service delivery at the local levels. I wish you a fruitful discussion, colleagues.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sophie Nampe Onjuba. I work for Oxfam in Uganda as a Finance for Development Coordinator. And in a nutshell, what I do is looking at where public resources are coming from and where they are going, what are they doing, with a bias towards betterment of citizens, and fitting into what Oxfam does, ensuring that inequality is fought and poverty is also reduced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tagore Ali. I work with Ministry of Finance as a Stand Commissioner, Budget Rules and Evaluation, but also in charge of the BTI, Budget Transparency Initiatives. I think I've worked with this audience for now, I think 4 years. I'm now an advocate for civil society involvement in the budget process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will beg that we adjust the microphones so they are at the extreme front of our rests or tables, so that we can be heard ably by everyone of us. This will ensure effective communication so that the audience can capture. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. Many times your experiences and your incursions as you do your work pretty much forms the crust of our understanding of your jobs. That's why I decided that in spite of me speaking of your names earlier, you had to give us your own and of course detailed introduction. Let's begin with Sophie Nampel from Oxfam. Help us evaluate the budget's focus on social sector financing. Of course, the aspects that come through are quite many. There is the improved 0.3%.
What the focus is what resources within the budget are going to the ordinary person. So looking at sectors like health, sectors like education, water, sanitation, and hygiene, which falls under the climate, land, and water and environment program. Then also elements around social protection. And from what the keynote speaker gave and also what Mr. Mukunda talked about, we have a 72 trillion budget. But out of this 72 trillion budget, about approximately 15 trillion is going to that social sector expenditure. And social sectors, when we look at health, we see, yes, human capital development is one of the biggest programs that is receiving a big share of the budget. But under that, 5.8 trillion is going towards health. And focus here is to functionalizing health center falls, strengthening primary health care and community health services, which is a key element for any citizen. The scale up of the national e-health infrastructure, promotion of nutrition education and reproductive health. These we've seen among the youth and children are key to focus on. The deployment of community health extension workers. These are also known as CHOOS, who are door to door, the nearest person you'd get to in terms of health in case you need if you have an emergency, someone who can attend to you quickly before you get to the health center. And then construction of specialized health facilities for cancer and cardiovascular care. This is at the higher level in the hospitals. But much as we are seeing up to 5.8 trillion going there, we still have challenges within health, where we are seeing a budget for the national medical stores coming down. And when we hear that coming down, what we know is drug stockouts at the health centers, which is something that government still needs to look into. We are thankful for the appropriation of 5.8 trillion, but also still request government to be cautious about this, to look out in us having the reductions or stockouts in the health centers. When we go to education, I'm thankful to the gentleman of Yumbe. He talked quite a lot and passionately about what's happening in education in West Nile. The budget shows us that 5.4 trillion will be going towards education. And this, as we are aware, government provides free universal primary education and secondary education. So they hope to continue with that free education under UPE and USE. And also rehabilitation of 120 traditional secondary schools and 31 special needs primary schools. We know that special needs education is an area that has been limping for years, and we are thankful to government for putting a bit more focus on that. There will be construction of 116 new schools, new seed schools, and expansion of 61 existing secondary schools. This is majorly for the secondary schools, where we also still see gaps. Every sub-county is supposed to have at least a secondary school, but there's still some that don't have. So government putting a bit more focus on that is key for us. Recruitment of teaching and non-teaching staff. This is a gap that we've seen over the years in terms of the staffing of teachers. We see, for example, we did a study with CSBAG, and we realized that within West Nile alone, there is a gap of 1,000 teachers in the schools. If that is happening in West Nile, I don't know what is happening in the rest of the country. So that is something that government still needs to look into in terms of the teacher gap. But also, much as we are still thankful to government for the allocation, we still have a reduction of about 175 billion coming through for vocational and primary and secondary schools in terms of allocation, which leaves us wondering what will happen in that instance, where we see the staffing gaps, but also the pupil-teacher ratio that we see in the communities. For social development, there was a bit of mention about the older persons and the allocations going to them. And in terms of the groups, we are thankful to the empowerment programs that government is putting. In the next financial year, we see 404 billion for social protection, including for programs like YLP and UWEP. These are good programs in terms of providing financing and skilling for the youth and women, But also a caution for government is for us to continue looking out in terms of access, how many are accessing it, but also the effectiveness of these programs. They are good programs for poverty eradication, but also they still need to look into how these resources are being utilized, and if it's revolving, how many are benefiting from them. For water, sanitation, and environmental protection, we know WASH is a very key element where there's need to increase rehabilitation and expansion of existing water, sanitation, and hygiene. We still have gaps in some schools, some health centers, and communities that don't have enough WASH services, but we are thankful to government that they have 366 billion that is allocated towards this. And also in addition to the WASH services, ensuring that there is more access to water, both in the rural and the urban areas, which is a key element if we are to fight some of the disease outbreaks that we see coming through, where there is cholera or dysentery breakouts and diarrhea for children especially. We need to have WASH services provided. And an element that is still, we are thankful to government for allocating resources and increasingly becoming intentional too, is areas around climate change. We all know this is something that is with us. We can't ignore it anymore. And so we have to be intentional in providing ways to adapt, but also reduce in some instances. So in the budget, we see government prioritizing climate smart agriculture transformation through a project that will be having up to 83.4 billion going towards that, teaching farmers what are the best inputs to use, for example, which seedlings are drought resistant, how best to utilize the land for increased production, but also productivity. So elements around crop rotation and all, how to manage disease outbreaks and pests, which we are thankful for. Climate resilience, up to 127 billion is being allocated. For irrigation and water supply systems, up to 81 billion, which is still part of being adaptive to climate change and elements of drought, for example. A big sector that we are key in and is one of the ATMs, that's agriculture, agro-industrialization. In the budget, we'll be receiving an additional 1 trillion for capitalization of the parish development model, which we are thankful to government for, to increase the livelihoods of ordinary citizens. But still our caution is to ensure that the best is got out of this program. It's a good program, but there are still pockets of complaints within the communities in terms of access, in terms of how it's used. Yes, last year we saw the president monitoring it and there were good stories coming through, but still more needs to be done to check if the actual realization of this program and also how it gets back into the pockets of the people. And then under the program still under agro-industrialization, we are thankful to 1.8 trillion that's going to agricultural inputs and including fertilizer, water for irrigation, extension services, and agro-processing and value addition and post-harvest handling, which are some of the key things that affect production and productivity for farmers. But also, much as we are thankful to all that, a few elements maybe that I can point out that could be done better coming out in the budget, and the previous speakers hinted part of this, around funds to local governments. We know service delivery, especially these social sectors, are provided at the local government level, but then what we are seeing within the budget, about 5 trillion is going to the local governments, which is a really small proportion, given that the work that the local governments do, which is 8.3% actually of the total budget. For us to realize the decentralization policies and processes, and also have these services provided better, because the lowest service delivery unit the school, the health center is at the local government level. We need to empower these local governments and provide them with the resources that they need to ensure that these services are provided effectively. So that is something that government could look into. If we have close to $1 trillion left at the center to monitor what is happening at the local government, why doesn't this all go to the local government to ensure that these services are provided? Yeah, that is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm glad okay. I'm glad you preempted my question on what pockets need to be clogged in order to ensure that full implementation of the strategy towards social sector financing is achieved. Thank you very much. I would like to engage the gentleman on the extreme right, Ali Tagole. There are aspects around prioritization and reallocation in times of fiscal constraints. And many times as a country, we get shell-shocked when supplementary budgeting comes through on aspects that we believe would have been either fully understood because there's a time frame for them. And one of them is something Julius Mukunda hinted on a little bit earlier. Huge conferences where we know that next year or the other year this is going to come through, but somehow as we are nearing these events, we see an enormous, a desire to spend a lot more money, which drives us back into the supplementary budgeting. What is the criteria of determining essential versus non-essential aspects, especially when it comes to the budgeting process? You could also hint on that.
Thank you. I'll start with the legal framework for the planning. Ideally, the criteria for guiding what should be prioritized in the budget is based on the budget strategy, which is approved by cabinet. So that strategy defines the direction that we should take in the next 12 months, and that informs the priority interventions to operationalize the targets they are in. Now, regarding those items which appear in the supplementary that should have been accommodated in the budget from the word go, there are many factors. Number one, I will start with the financing. Those are some of the areas which normally appear. We have both our domestic resource and external resource. Now, some of our partners, most of those who are off budget, the planning calendars are not in sync with ours. Right now, we have completed the planning process. The budget has been approved, but we are expecting some communications for authorized disbursements. So expect some supplementary to do with additional funding from partners whose planning cycle is not in sync with ours. That's number one. Now, number two, and this is in line with what I think the lady from Shema on unspent balances. Because of some bottlenecks in the procurement process, some of our local governments fail to absorb the money that is transferred to them. And in the process, 30th June comes, they have unspent money. Now, come 1st July, we are obliged to ensure that that money is reverted to go back and deliver the services in line with what that lady from Shema was suggesting, that if people are failing to use the money, why don't we repurpose? Now, in this scenario, we have limitations when it comes to repurposing, that you cannot repurpose to a maximum of 10% of the budget. So ideally, unspent balances is one of them. Then the other aspect which pushes us to Parliament with supplementaries is the excess revenue collection. Some local governments underestimate their revenue. Like this year, we have a scenario where we are forced to include the excess revenue within the MTF for 25-26 for purposes of avoiding going for supplementary, because we knew even when we had gone, by the time Parliament concludes its processes, we shall be almost nearing July, rather June. So what we agreed with them is to have that money incorporated within the resource envelope for 25, 26. So that went. But we're encouraging them to ensure that they do accurate forecasting and have the money in time for utilization. The other aspect on supplementary, of course, you know, they tell us down of the budget, as you are aware, as the president. And it is very difficult for him to exhaust all of the priorities within the planning time. So when new needs, you know, nowadays we don't use pressures. We used to use the word pressure, but it ceased too. When there are new needs which come on board, and he instructs us to take appropriate action. Yes, we do not normally act on everything, but we look at those with a critical impact on the economy, with a critical impact on the security of the country, with a critical impact on foreign investments. So generally, on the general policy direction of the country, we normally consider and have them captured within the framework for supplementary financing. So ideally, we consider directives from the executive, and then those other additional funding, which is not provided for within the approved budget, excess revenues, which local governments have collected, but they need to have it utilized. Yes, please.
Okay, just something to add on that. What if, for example, those are priorities that are being fronted by the president as the owner of the budget, if your words are something to go by, in contravention with the National Development Plan, because we know that financial year 2025-2026 is providing impetus to the National Development Plan. If you, for example, are deeply you know that this is what we are supposed to do in terms of NDP4, but the president along the way thinks that there should be some alterations, and yet these alterations are required for critical investments. How do you tackle this?
That's in the event that's not in line with the development plan.
Yes.
And normally we do not have such cases, because the way that strategic plan is defined, it is too broad that the directives we receive are majorly changing the how. But the overall long-term target remains in sync with the plan. So they just fine-tune the how. Let me give an example of the PDM. Initially, we are routing that money through Microfinance Support Center. And then the president was like, no, Microfinance Support Center imposes stringent conditions which limit access. So we are changing strategy now from going through support center to direct routing through the parish circles. So ideally, his directives are just changing the how. I give another example of, I know what was contentious was the Munyonyo. The obvious route we have is going through UDC. But then he said, okay, what should we do? Should we give Munyonyo direct, or we give UDC? Then we said, no, let us instead acquire shares and we go through UDC, as opposed to routing the money direct, because there's already a framework for supporting private sector. But instead of routing the money direct, we go through the established systems for supporting the private sector. The same, I think, is applying to ATIAC. Yes. We go through the UDC, which is, so we are just, the guidance just changes the how for purposes of eliminating the cumbersomeness in supporting the private sector.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Mr. Leonard Ahembisiwe, the Chief Administrative Officer, Isinjiro District, on local government financing, linking budgets to service delivery. There is the fear that the shrinking local government budget will affect services to the people. You are the foot soldiers when it comes to rolling this out. How are you tackling this in light of the allocations that are within the 2025-2026 financial year?
Thank you. First of all, I want to appreciate government for the various allocations that have been made in this budget. Like one of our colleagues mentioned, I think from Ministry of Finance, this is a pro-people budget. And I want to mention that each one of us falls in a district, falls in a sub-county or a town council, and falls in a village. Therefore, whatever is being appropriated in this budget is meant to ease the life of all of us, including those who are not here. Each one of us, my colleague has put it very well. We need these services. We need roads in our villages. We need water in our villages. We need income. We need money in our homes. We need security, peace, and protection of our properties. I begin from the point of security. For me, that is ultimate, because if we have security, all the rest can take place here. And I think there is a provision in this budget on how to protect the citizens of this country. For me, if people can move from Soro to Arua, from Bari to Kabare, doing their normal businesses, this is a pro-people budget. Number two, she ably brought out areas which have been provided in the budget. And for me, these are the needs of our communities in our local governments. So government has done that very well. Yes, in some areas we have had cuts, but I wanted to mention that when it comes to infrastructure, there is a provision in the budget of allocating 1 billion per district to work on our roads. This is a good initiative. It has run for now 3 years, and work is being done in our districts. However, there is need for some amendments on the allocation of this money. This money is allocated as a lump sum to every local government, irrespective of size, irrespective of the number of kilometers a district has to manage, irrespective of the bridges that are within a district. So I think there is need to amend the allocation formula, Ministry of Finance, so that it can be done according to the specific needs of a particular local government or district. This will definitely improve our roads. And when you and I go back to our villages, we should be able to find very good roads. I want also to mention that if we have good roads in our districts, then the other issue, my friend talked about the executive director of having money in people's pockets, will also improve. Because most of our population in the rural areas are farmers. It would be very difficult if they grow and produce, but they cannot market their produce. So I think for me, this budget is trying to handle that. In addition to 1 billion, I have seen provision in this budget of a number of roads that are going to be tarmacked in different regions in this country. I think that is also good for us as local governments. I wanted to add, she mentioned very well the PDM, and to me, I concur with our presenter, the executive director, CS Bank. This is a God-sent program. Money directly goes to the beneficiary. In fact, even now from the circles, nobody touches it. It directly goes to the phone of the beneficiary.
Yeah.
And these farmers have used this money to invest in areas they lacked. A number of them have gone into agriculture, enterprises, and in a very few months, very few years, people are talking of benefits. So I would also recommend that in this, government needs to put in more money. Yes, there is a provision of adding 100 million per parish. I also recommend that if they could even add more, because this is directly touching the poor in this country. In health, she's brought it up very well. I'm trying to tell you that we shall not be constrained because there are provisions within the budget. She talked about water. We very well know that due to climate change, we have a number of gaps, especially for the farmers. The crops are drying up. The animals don't have water. I have seen a provision in the budget for micro-scale irrigation schemes, and these are going to help farmers. The allocation in that budget, this budget, is minimal. We need more resources tagged to handling climate change issues so that we can be able to improve in production. She mentioned allocations under community-based services and social protection. Yes, we shall not get challenges, Bwana Moderator, because there are provisions within this budget. Money is being allocated for the elderly, money is being allocated for youth livelihood and for women. My take is that we need to increase monies in these areas. First of all, youth livelihood targets the youth, and they are the numerous in this country. So we need to give more money to the youth to get busy. They are able to change their mindsets and get involved into production, and this is going to also improve on our economy. I also recommend that women should get more money. Why? Women have brought out themselves to be people who can save and they are able to pay back. So if they get this money, they will be able to use it for income generating activities, and this will improve on our economy. However, I also want to concur with my colleague here and the presenters. As districts, as municipalities, and as cities, the 5% allocation is not enough for the local governments. To be sincere, like I mentioned, all of us belong to the local governments. Each one of us at any one time, you have a local government where you come from. And it is the fulcrum of service delivery. We manage health services, we manage education services, we provide water, agriculture extension services, name it. If anything, our increment should be to a tune of more than even 12% of the budget. Because this is where the people are, and this is where actual service delivery takes place. And because of that, because of inadequate allocation, we sometimes have challenges when delivering those services. For example, you mentioned it, the inspector of schools. You have an inspector who is inspecting 196 schools, and he doesn't have a vehicle, he doesn't have a motorcycle. Definitely that is going to constrain service delivery. You have an extension worker who doesn't have a motorcycle. That also constrains service delivery. You have, I cannot even fail to mention even a cow who sometimes also doesn't have a vehicle to monitor service delivery in the entire district of all the service delivery centers I have mentioned. Therefore, I know the resource envelope, but we need to think critically on how to enhance the allocation for the local governments. I also want to mention, in terms of challenges, that we also have a very bad mindset in this country and a poor attitude towards work. Yes, this is also constraining sometimes our gains on PDM. The increasing number of Ugandans who don't want to work, who don't want to soil their hands, and at the end of the day, it impacts on our development. But even again, the increasing number of us elites who also don't have a poor mindset towards work. So for me, it is one of the pillars in PDM, community mobilization and mindset. It's still a challenge. We need to mobilize our communities, mobilize our people, so that they can have a positive attitude towards work. We also have a positive towards work, and I can assure you, we shall have robust improvements in our country. We also have a challenge of the workforce. Yes, well as we have a number of resources allocated to payment of wage, but we also have a number of unfilled positions in our local governments. Of course, I know sometimes it is not the intention of government not to fill these positions because of the resource envelope, but we need also to think about this, because if you find like an entity with staffing levels out of 100%, they have like 60%. It means in the designation of that structure, the 40% are also supposed to be delivering services. So we need, in future, also to look at how we can fund the staffing levels in our districts.
Okay.
I think basically that is what I can say. I can say we are constrained, but we shall be able to proceed and deliver services within the means of the resource envelope we have, and activities will definitely go on and will be implemented.
Give a round of applause for that dose of optimism in the face of challenges, especially when it comes to rolling out service delivery. I do know we have with us in the whole CAOs from Madio Kolo, Nabila Tuk, Shema, Namaingo, Yumbe, Abim, Kanungu, Ajumani, as well as Isinjiro, and all these other officials, district planners from Maracha, Yumbe, Kibuku, and Budaka. I'm sure they do share many of the sentiments that you have espoused in your presentation. Before we open the floor, let's hear from Robert Mbazira, the Senior Manager, Business Tax Advisory at Ernst and Young. There's a lot of enthusiasm right now, especially among the young, or after they were told you won't be paying taxes for 3 years. And some people were like, okay, that's a good one. There are those who are in startups that have been operating that haven't broken even up until now. They're saying it's so unfair for us who started a year ago, we're still struggling to break even in business. We should be part of this. And then there are those who are saying the government knows that we won't even reach our first birthday. That's why they are saying this tax exemption is there. So in other words, it's really nothing to them. Talk to us about that, but also talk to us about public trust and tax morale that is affecting people's ability to follow through.
Thank you, moderator. Whereas my colleagues, most of them were talking about the expenditure side, I come in to talk about what the director budget did speak to, and that is about the Minzani. How does the Minzani come in? On the revenue side, what is government expecting from us? And probably that is what the moderator is asking me. Allow me state that since I started practicing, I believe this has been one of the best budgets. Why do I say so? I say so because, one, there has been some baby steps that government has been making, and we started seeing that in the last financial year, where less of the new taxes were introduced. Importantly so, this financial year, government comes in again with majorly no new taxes, except for one that I'll speak to. And what do we see most? Reliefs, exemptions, and probably that speaks to the enablers that the director budget also spoke about. What are these enablers? One of them is about that exemption for you, the Ugandans. Key to note here is not only you, the Ugandans. The word was citizen. And citizen means also the East Africans, because of the regional integration, are considered. A wake-up call for all of us. Let us, first of all, embrace this as Ugandans. But we are not alone. People from the region could easily come in and take advantage of this. Why is this really good? Baby steps for us to be able to rise up. Most businesses were falling short to live their third birthday or even first birthday, like you did indicate. But there is a catch point. I know the director may not want to hear this, but it is key for you guys to note. The spirit is to widen the tax base. Tax to GDP ratio has always been 13.9% or so, but they did highlight to us, the minister, that it is now 14.2. That means that when you look at the size of our economy and you compare it to the collections that come through, the percentage is still low. The standard is in the sub-Saharan Africa, closely should be around 20%, and we are at 14%. By bringing in the aspect that if you register your business, effective 1st July 2025, you file your business information return, your capital is between 1 shilling and less than 500 million, you are able to enjoy this exemption. There are conditions. One, business information return. Government is going to be able to know whom are you trading with, whom are you transacting with. Two, as you formalize, you have gotten onto the tax radar of the Revenue Authority. What is the expectation? Widening the base. Before, most businesses, those that had formalized, were really suffering. They were crying of tax deepening. So By formalizing, telling you that you will get the exemption, they are exempting you from income tax. But then also indirect taxes come through VAT. You are going to be an agent of the Revenue Authority when it comes to collecting those indirect taxes. That is a good thing. But another one is around the NINs, where your national identification number becomes your tax identification number. Wow. This is serious for all of us as Ugandans. Even my grandmother deep there in the village, my friend the cow here, you better go and tell people in those villages that right now everyone is going to become an eligible taxpayer. You sell your coffee, you are selling it to someone who is registered, who has formalized. They're able to get your information because they're supposed to file business information returns. And by doing so, they would have known that a one Robert Mbazira sells coffee and he has earned. Therefore, income tax comes into play, among other aspects. So, by your NIN becoming your tax identification number, remember we use our national IDs for many aspects, including bank accounts. So here they are able to trace you up to the village level if you earned income. If you transacted and sold land, the same aspect comes through. So it becomes easier to get the stamp duty. Key to note here is that the current tax register has 5 million people. But Julius did indicate to us that 7 million Ugandans are below the poverty line. Do they also have needs? Yes, they do. Are we going to be bloating the tax register even with people who are not contributing anything? Probably yes. Is government anticipating to collect more? Oh yes. Over 70 billion is likely to come in through this based on the certificate of financial implications. And you can see that government's deliberate efforts to first of all try and bring it down to you, the Ugandans, to be able to pay tax. The other is, if you're here and you're a small trader, you have been, moderator, you have been aggregating your merchandise into one container. You have heard of those basubuzi, bringing in one container. But that container has over 10 traders. They're now going to defragment. They want to be able to see who is who. Even if you're bringing in goods of 1 million, present them alone under your tin. What is the spirit of this? Is to grow the tax register. How? Indirect taxes. The VAT threshold is 150 million a year. Does your retail shop back at your village level make that money? It could be a yes or no. But you can see the deliberate government's effort to be able to collect these taxes. Where is the good news? If you are here and you're a farmer, the cows in the room, please go back and tell Ugandans that there is an exemption or a deliberate move if you are dealing in pulp, mangoes, pineapples. Government is trying to be deliberate by discouraging imports. They are saying you, for example, allow me to use an example, a very basic example of, say, Splash. They are saying if Splash uses mangoes, pineapples from Uganda, volume-wise from 30% to 50%, they're going to be exempted. So you can see deliberate move. So the farmers who are where their mangoes were rotting because of the peak season, now because they're encouraging industries to use local content, you can see that the farmers ultimately would be able to benefit. About the public trust issue, which you did ask me about, the tax morale, I must be sincere that the morale is really down for most of the Ugandans. Why? Of course, they attribute service delivery, but then also there are other aspects like corruption. Corruption within URA and other government agencies, which people ask themselves the usual question that you know. Why should I pay taxes when that money is being misused? Then that is a tax moral. How would you define tax moral? The motivation to pay that tax. Remember, Uganda does run a self-assessment regime where it is upon you and me to account for the taxes before the revenue authority comes for me. That means that tax moral would really be key. Tax moral would really be key. How is government trying to do that? Of course, through the tax education. Some of you who read papers daily, the Commissioner General responding to questions. You are able to see some of the adverts being run on TV, especially around the waiver of interest and penalties. That is all encouraging Ugandans to pay. But then, key to note here is about the accountability aspect, which is really key. It's really key.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists for those presentations. We won't put them.
My name is Onzubo Paul, DHO Marat District. I thank the presenters. Uganda is has the fastest growing economy, and we expect that economic funding of social services. I think that our gentlemen there will help us and see that this communication in the regional budget consultations that use the previous financial year's figures to plan for the next financial year should end. The second appeal I want to make to you, the budget advocacy group, especially CSOs, is let us break down what source of funds are returned most. Is it development nationally? Is it development or is it recurrent? If it is recurrent, is it wage or non-wage? That one will speak better. Thirdly, this proportion of 7.6% versus the others, my chief administrative officer has already spoken about it. It is unfair. Can you do some kind of benchmarking to find out what is happening in our East African countries? What proportion are local governments there getting vis-a-vis what we are getting in Uganda? I think that will help us so much. But for National Planning Authority, I hope that the team members are here. One of the things that is eating our economy is the increasing unproductive local governments or administrative units. I don't know whether we assess the economic viability of the potential local governments to be created before we take a decision to create. Otherwise, we say we are consultants, we are whatever in this country, but our planning or our actions as consultants do not reflect what a consultant should be. I submit.
All right, thank you very much. There's an aspect there, Mr. Himbisiwe, you very respond to that later. Okay, we have a lady right there. There's another gentleman at the back. Please ensure, and then I can see some very notable individuals this side too. We shall be coming, don't worry.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, our presenters and our panelists. I'm Hajat Fatuma Chomhanj, the Executive Director, Women and Girls Core Initiative, based in Shema District. I really want to thank the government for the budget allocations, but still, we still have a lot to demand for our citizens. When you look at the budget allocations for the local governments, the district level, it's really still wanting. When you go to schools, we happen to be monitoring service delivery in the education sector. And one of the major issue is infrastructure. I'm happy the director budget said they no longer want to see things to do with unfunded priorities. I would always ask myself in each and every budget conference at a district level, You would find toilets for the school unfunded, classroom blocks unfunded, and when you look at how much is allocated to the development of schools, little is put there. For example, in Shema district, we have 85 primary government-aided schools. And in each financial year, at least if they try the level best, they're in position to construct only 2 classes, only 2 schools. And we imagine how many years are they going to use to reach out to the 85 schools, and yet we still have increasing numbers of enrollment.
All right.
When you go to unfunded priorities that have been giving us, toilets, in each and every school have an issue. And here comes an issue of government, where our lovely president says parents are not supposed to be paying school fees. And yet they are saying the government schools are government-aided schools, not owned schools. The parents are supposed to be participating, whereby they have also to contribute. But you are telling them not to pay money. How are they going to contribute? We have children who don't have toilets to use. They cannot stay in school when the toilets are not there. How are they going to perform? There's an issue of the 1 billion sharing allocated to roads. We are so much grateful for the 1 billion. But when you look at the interest, the 10% given as interest for the mechanical repairs, honestly, it does not carry any meaning. When you go to Shema, we have Shema district local government and Shema municipality. We are using one equipment. When the equipment goes to the district, by the time it goes to the municipality, it is already down. But there's no money to repair this equipment. And yet, according to the guidelines, the Ministry of Works has to be meeting those costs. When you go to the community-based department services, we are having some key people who are playing a key role, the probation officers. But when you look at the facilitation these people are getting, these are the people who are charged with the roles of making sure that children in the districts are getting their rights. We have juveniles, the children who are in contact with the law. Sometimes they are referred to Naguru. Some districts don't have remand homes nearby them, but probation officers don't have means of transport to take these children to the remand homes and bring them back to court. The districts are constrained. At the end of it all, every minute, every time, they are calling upon the CSOs, the NGOs, to come in and give support, of which some CSOs don't have that budget. Then another thing goes to the growth funds, the money given to the women entrepreneurs. We are so much grateful to the government. But have you taken a step to find out how much money is going deep down to the districts? Because this money is given out nationwide, at national level.
Okay.
When you go to Centenary Bank like in Shema, and you ask them how much has been allocated, how much have you received, they will tell you we did not receive funds. And yet the government is telling you we have dispersed this and this amount of money.
All right.
What do we do as women at the grassroots who are also trying to become women entrepreneurs, also come up to benefit from government programs?
That's a good one, no doubt. Ali Gole, those questions will be answered there. So please do ensure. There is a gentleman on the other side. Please, let's ensure we are precise.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Moses Onen. I work for Pelham, Uganda. Thank you. I had the privilege to participate in one of the regional post-budget dialogues and specific. And I would like to raise issues about monitoring of the service delivery. There are emerging concerns, especially with the parish development model, with the PDM, where you find that the farmers, they are trained in specific enterprises. They receive the money, but along the way, they switch to other enterprises. For example, they can be in the soya, then midway, they shift maybe to piggery. So in that, you find that the aspiration of the PDM will not be achieved, because with this 1 million shillings, the farmer is supposed to develop along the value chain and be in position to raise 20 million at the end of it all. Secondly, is about monitoring still. We found that in 2 micro irrigation schemes, that is in Tochi, a river in Oyam district, and Alweny in Lira and Dokolo, we had a total of 1,032 plots that were planned. And out of the 1,032, only 300 plots were being utilized by farmers. So the issue has been around the design of these micro irrigation schemes. It floods throughout, but also maintenance-wise, the only excavator that was around was withdrawn, and for 2 years, it's nowhere to be seen. So we call upon governments and local governments to strengthen monitoring of these services once they've been delivered to the people. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Just to emphasize that a QR code has been shared that should be able to do an assessment, but most importantly, register feedback. That is on your table. Please ensure that you scan it so that you can, that is in case your submission or perspective is not fully registered. I want to move to this side. 2 questions, and then we begin the response so that we can stay well within the schedule. Please, sir. Question directed to a specific panelist that will make things a lot easier.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, protocols observed. I'm called Joseph Ruberenga. I work at the Ministry of Public Service in the Department of Public Service Inspection. Joseph Ruberenga is my name. My observation, and I have an observation and I have a question, and this question is going to go to Mr. Ali Tagore, from Minister of Finance. At the Ministry of Public Service, we facilitate, we aid the development of service delivery standards. And all previous speakers have mentioned about standards. As a ministry last year, a couple of years ago, we developed a compendium of standards, particularly for services offered at local government level. And we went ahead and actually did a costing, whereby we came up with the minimum costs. By standards, we mean the minimum levels of expected performances an institution can perform. Now, for example, we talked about extension services. I've had people talking about extension services, the challenges extension services workers have. In our compendium, we came up with what are the requirements needed to provide an extension service. How much can it cost to offer an extension service? You have an agriculture extension worker in Isingiro. He has to go to the field. What equipment does he got? What equipment should he have? He needs a motorcycle, he needs a jacket, he needs what? And then we came up with those minimum costs. That compendium, we are disseminating it here and there. And
can you move the microphone a little closer to you?
And actually next week we shall be in Fort Portal and we shall disseminate to the neighboring districts there. But my issue is that I would request that government, we put in these standards, these costed standards at our budget, during the budgeting process. We know a district has got 15 extension workers, and according to the cost, maybe its extension worker needs like a minimum of 4 million to perform in a year.
All right.
Why don't we put that in the budgeting process to aid subsidy delivery? One of our colleagues talked about inspection of schools. I think I have the cost on that. We came up with a cost that a school inspector needs a maximum of 300,000 shillings to inspect the farthest school in the district. Can we put that in our budgeting process?
All right. I think that point is home and efficiently captured. I think most of the questions or insights do point to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Ali Tagole, I would beg that you begin the response, but please ensure that you're really pinpoint and fast so that we move on to the next. For those of us that still have the questions, I again insist, please, the QR code is on the table. Ensure that you scan, and then we can be able to register these assessments for our consideration later.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and the discussants for the questions. I'll start with the Joseph. His first concern was the failure to integrate service delivery standards within the budget process. Mr. Moderator and the participants, before we transitioned from sector-based budgeting to program-based budgeting, the stakeholders were complaining that they had less discretion to repurpose the budget, to reprioritize the budget. Now, when we started implementing NDP 3, we said, okay, let us now give you the discretion to repurpose the budget so that you prioritize what you feel are the priorities. So about 20 programs were created, but of course along with them they were revised to I think now 18. And the expectation was that during the engagements of these program working groups, you remember initially we used to issue the medium-term expenditure framework or the budget at a vote level. So it was tied to a vote. So we bundled it together. Now we give a lump sum to a program. For us, we tell you have 100 billion. So now decide what you can do within that 100 billion. So the expectation is that these program working groups identify the most critical service delivery priorities and then agree how much to be appropriated or allocated to those priorities, and then they advise us. So ideally these groups sit, they agree on how much to be allocated to a particular vote, they agree on the priorities, then they write to the Minister of Finance, and Minister of Finance now locks in that money as recommended by the program working groups. Yes, I agree, the resources may not be enough, but at least to a greater extent, we have given the program working groups the discretion to appropriate resources based on their priorities. Now, Minister of Public Service in particular, I think this year you were a little bit better, 25, 26. Director gave you about 10 billion, I think. And our hope is that among the priorities is enforcing compliance to service delivery standards. Now, as regards to inspection.
Very quickly, sir.
Inspection, the funding for inspection, yes, I'll rush through. The funding for inspection, I'll take you through the criteria that we normally use when you are allocating the budget for inspection, rather education. There is a fixed cost at a district of 4 million, that is per district, within the parameters we consider. Then there's the DEO's monitoring. We allocate 100,000 per school for DEO, but also there's an average of 4.5 million per local government, that's the minimum. And then there's for UPE schools, we allocate 336 per school. So our prayer is that, of course, noting the constraint we are in, that we put the little that we have to effective use. And as you saw in the director's presentation, that we are planning to expand the economy tenfold. So as the economy expands, we shall also move forward and expand. I note the concern on the micro-scale irrigation. We are currently designing U-Gift 2, and our prayer is that during the stakeholder consultations, we shall take into consideration these concerns that you brought to our attention, and then we address them during implementation. The 1 billion pro rata basis for allocation. As you are aware, Local Government Finance Commission takes lead in negotiating revision of grant guidelines. So we shall escalate this concern of using the pro rata formula to allocate the 1 billion for road not taking into consideration the variation in the terrain, but also the proportion of the 10% which is provided for repairs. What was the other one? That is budget allocation for local government, still low. Yes, this one of course we are committed to enhancing service delivery. And you remember when you made the alarm for the road construction, we did all what we could and mobilized the 1 billion, and that is in the budget. Now, infrastructure, school and health infrastructure. Yes, your gift is ending this month, but we're in the process of coming up with a successor project. And so most of those infrastructure needs that are critical, we are hopeful shall be accommodated within the successor project for you gift. We need to just be patient, but there is hope. Because under the Biden government, it was very tight to access, but under the Trump, though Inspector was using him as a cutter, but to a certain extent, he has given us a green light.
Wow.
Yes.
It's interesting to know that
At least
Mr. Trump has a green light
yes,
for us.
nowadays that other condition is no longer a prerequisite. What source of fund is most returned? You know, like I said, most of this money that's returned is development. Reason, we have issues of land acquisition. You give an institution money, but they have issues of right of way. So by the time they conclude issues of right of way, the year has ended, money comes. 2, we have issues of procurement. You know, there's a lot of syndicated procurement in local government. Bidders submit their bids. If the contract is awarded to someone, for purpose of just managing the process, people apply for administrative reviews. Then you waste a lot of time in administrative reviews, procurement issues, time is running. So at the end of the day, the budget comes back. Then the other one, which normally comes, is the statutory, pension and gratuity. Some of the reasons they give us is that some of these retirees do not have the relevant documentation. That's what they tell us. But the assumption is that as an employer, we must have these documentations.
Okay.
Yes. Then others say they delay to process their payments because they are failing to put the stone on the paper. So the papers fly away.
Thank you very much. That one is quite interesting. But of course, that goes to show that there are so many impediments and challenges that we face as people, and I'm sure that can be worked on. Most of the questions and submissions that were brought through were not targeted questions, and I want to believe that our ability to offer much needed feedback can be captured in the assessment that can be done a little bit later. For monitoring of the PDM programs that people tend to shift from piggery to another, I think that one is something that reassurances can be made, especially in 1 minute from the CAO, and then we shall proceed to a very significant aspect or session for our engagement today. Quickly, and
thank you for
a minute is sufficient.
Those beautiful questions and supplements. Maybe I want to handle 2 on the issue of administrative units, creation of administrative units that constrain the resource envelope. Is there a study? What is based on? You know, creation of administrative units is in the provisions of the Local Government Act. And there are parameters that are followed in order to create a unit. The most overriding is the desire by the population have one. Yes, that is the most desire according to the Act. 2, they also look at service delivery areas in terms of whether the people are accessing services or not. But there are other factors. For example, if people cannot tarry in terms of their tribes and you find they can no longer move together. But I think this the country has handled. Currently, there is a ban on creating new administrative units unless the fountain of honor has had what he has advised. So, but currently there is a ban on creating more administrative units. Number two is the issue of PDM. People who are shifting from one enterprise to another. Yes, definitely that one can happen. These enterprises are not cast in stone. In the process, when one has received money, a catastrophe can befall, and this person finds that he or she needs to adjust. That one is allowed. But you have to adjust an enterprise that is admissible within the PDM guidelines. Then two, if you invest that money in that enterprise, it is still required that you have to pay or to refund that money that you have adjusted into another enterprise. So the issue is he's still involved in an economically active activity that is going to generate resources. I think basically that is what I can say.
All right, thank you very much. Sophie Nampewo, 1 minute and we wrap this up. The gentleman on my immediate right didn't find himself in the line of fire at any one point in time. I think people are very comfortable with the taxation regime, aren't you? Okay, Sophie.
Thank you very much. Just two things I forgot to mention. As we look into this budget and looking forward to starting to implement it, we can't be blind on what's happening globally. The reduction in donor funding that we have to be cautious about. So which could have an effect on the revenue collections that we will have in country. So as we're looking at the budget and being hopeful, I know revenue collections might not be what we expect. So Minister of Finance looking into what comes through and who faces the chopping, we hope service delivery won't be part. But also, this is an election year that when we look at the budget and the presenters brought this out, that the budget is pretty much the same, not much has changed. It becomes an issue of concern from our end in terms of resources that will be channeled towards the elections. Governance and security, yes, had a big proportion, but in terms of regional development, what happens at the local government in terms of preparation, that wasn't clear, that we have to look into. But also, going back to the global discussions, as discussions on financing for development are happening this year, an element that we could also look into being an element of focus is official development assistance has continuously reduced, and there's an increase into obtaining debt through loans and parts through project support and grants. I think also a bit that we can push for is the getting more ODA, official development assistance, to aid countries, especially developing countries, as we move towards development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sophie Nampewo, Leonard Ahembisiwe, Ali Tagole, Robert Mbazira, in all your various capacities for what is no doubt very insightful and good perspective in our own understanding of the budget, the allocations, but most importantly, how the interventions will roll out. A big round of applause for the panel. I would now like to invite the Executive Director at CSBAG to come and direct this particular next session. But as he does come forward, we have a photo opportunity, and that one will have the panelists as well as some partners, as we shall be advised by Mr. Julius Mukunda. Thank you very much. Yes, I think photo op first. Partners, please. Partners from Oxfam, Education Out Loud, GPE, Diaconia, the NGO Forum, Uganda Debt Network, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, as well as the European Union. Please, photographers, you're now in charge. Please ensure you don't capture the moderator. Otherwise,
A round of applause for our moderator, but also our excellent panel. I think that was
very good job.
Greatly done. So we are in our very short next session, and this session is Service Excellence Awards. Just a small background is that we had started this some time back. We wanted to do it with Ministry of Finance and our BTI partners. But then there were so many politics. I don't know if you last saw, I think last one awarded was prisons some time back. And then so many agencies came up. Why prisons? Why not me? Why them? Me, I do better. Then they started those government business. We said, you know what, you people sort yourself out. For us as civil society organizations, and on behalf of citizens of Uganda, we know who is good, who is bad. That's number one. Two is people always accuse us of so many other things. They say you always complain. And you realize that for the last 5 years, there has been an issue of we would like to thank government in most of our statements. So we said now let's also have we would like to thank government on a few things they have done. But also you need to address the following and then, but now this is another level of why we are here. We are here because we want to, in our work, the work that we do, specifically, in the work that we do, with the agencies that we interact with, we feel that they deserve a recognition. And to do that for us, we've asked our partner, the director of Oxfam, come and tell us why is it important to say thank you to the people whom we work with. And then after, we will do a handshake. We don't have the other budget of 168 billion donation. We would have given the brown envelopes. But we know our recognition matters and everybody will be able to follow it. You are most welcome. Come and deliver your speech and also you think you are going to read this one or the new one? So I give you the
Thank you very much, Julius. I also want to stand under the protocol that has already been set before. My name is Francis. I'm the country director for Oxfam in Uganda. I'm really privileged to be here with everybody. And I know that the conversation that we have had today has really gone a long way in helping us to digest, reimagine, and try to question how we can drive the sustainable development, which is inclusive, that we as civil society organizations and citizens of this country want to see that we can tackle the issues of inequality, issues of inclusive development, and issues around managing some of the matters that affects the very ordinary citizens. So I really want to thank all of you. I want to thank all the people who have been on the panel, our moderators, and everyone. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. My job is very simple. Always we thank people at that time, but it's better to thank people when we are still here, right? So I think this is the job that Mr. Mukunda and others have thought that we should do it. As civil societies organizations and civil societies broadly, sometimes because of the critical nature of the questions and issues that we raise, people think that ours is only to look at the negative part. So I think that is also part of us rewriting the narrative. We are here together. Correct? Okay. So what we will be doing today is around the Service Excellence Award. But before I do that, Julius Mukunda and the rest, with all your permission, it will be very, very unfair if we don't do this that I have not requested you that we should do. A few days ago, we lost one of our comrades that has been very, very key in shaping the way we handle issues of inequality, issues of injustice in Uganda, and he was the country director for Oxfam in Uganda from 2012 to 2018. After that, he went on to be the leader at Oxfam at various levels, also heading the Pan-Africa, and later went on to ActionAid, and later on to UNAID. He's called Peter Kamelengin. He will be buried at their ancestral home on 21st of this month in Kapchorwa. May his soul rest in peace. Back to this, what we will be presenting here, ladies and gentlemen, is a Service Excellence Award. And this is being inspired by so many good work that we are able to see, so many standards that are out there. The categories that we'll be looking at includes outstanding service delivery at local government levels, outstanding innovations for citizens' participation, and excellence in public services delivery. These are the categories that we'll be looking at. Before we will do that, I really want to use the opportunity to invite Julius and the team to come forward so that we can be able to see who are the ones that we will be recognizing today in these categories that we have mentioned. The first category is the best local government. Now, here, we'll be looking at the local government in terms of recognition of their outstanding performance in the 2023 Local Government Management of Service Delivery Performance Assessment by the Office of the Prime Minister. In this category, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone, we are very privileged and pleased to recognize Isinjiro District Local Government. Isinjiro District Local Government emerged as the best district with an overall score of 93%, having improved from 89% in 2022 out of 176 local government votes, 135 districts, 10 cities, 31 municipal local governments that were assessed. Isinjiro District is located in the western region of Uganda, known for its agricultural production and significant refugee settlements. Thank you so much. Hongera sana, hongera sana. You could do better in terms of acknowledging it. Are you feeling jealous a bit that your district didn't Okay, well done. Well done, Isinjiro District. That is how we're doing it. If you want to protest that vote, wait for next year. The second category is the outstanding innovations for citizens' participation. Here, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone, in recognition of their commitment to promoting participatory auditing and accountability, key innovations including the Citizens Feedback Platform and the Audit Recommendation Tracker are a testament to the Office commitment to improving citizens' participation in the audit process, ensuring responsible use of public resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recognizing Office of the Auditor General. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, Office of the Auditor General launched the Citizen Feedback Platform, a digital platform that enables citizens to provide real-time feedback to the Office of the Auditor General on the state of the service delivery and accountability in the communities. OAG has since partnered with civil societies to mobilize citizens across the country, and in 2024 alone, 700 citizens enrolled on this platform. Moving with time in this digital era, congratulations, OAG. Hongera sana. The second one that we are recognizing here, ladies and gentlemen, is for their commitment. This is a PPD, right? Yeah. Still in the same category, for their commitment to promoting citizens' participation in the public procurement processes, notably the contract monitoring system, a digital platform that empowers citizen and civil societies organizations to track and report on the ongoing government projects, which has enabled citizens' engagement in real-time monitoring and evidence-based reporting on all public-related procurement in the country. In 2022, ladies and gentlemen, before I go further, I think it's time to unveil. This is the Public Procurement and Disposal Authority, ladies and gentlemen. In 2022, the Public Procurement and Disposal Authority launched the contract monitoring system, where citizens can directly monitor public contracts in their communities and report an anomaly detected by the PPDDA directly. PPDA has since partnered with CSOs to mobilize citizens, and about 560 have made use of this system. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to PPDA. Well done. Well done. A lot we are expecting of you. It is in that area that people can become very popular. And the reverse can be true. So thank you so much for your outstanding performance. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the panelists already preempted our recognition. And that panelist came down without any question to answer, without any comment to pay attention to, because in his whole life and his professional career, he has never come across such a fantastic budget like the one we have had. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we are here to recognize your contribution to promoting participatory budgeting and access to budget information. Before you clap, Mr. Mukunda, we are not going to investigate anything here. But you're not going to get the recognition. But we are giving it to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, because there was a presenter who said that he has been able to understand how we do real good budgeting because of your mentorship. That's why I deviated a bit. Well done, my brother. So we recognize these initiatives such as the annual citizens budget guides, the budget websites, toll-free budget, and the local government budget consultations that have boosted people's awareness of the national budget, increased access to the budget information, and the overall participation. Ministry of Finance Planning launched a budget transparency initiative aimed at increasing access to budget information, enhance citizen engagement in the budget process. The Open Budget Index 2024 ranks Uganda as the first in Africa, ladies and gentlemen. And second in East Africa in budget transparency. The National Budget Month also enhances participation and accountability on the budget since 2019. They published Citizens Guide to the Budget in 2023, with partners commencing production of the Braille format of the Citizens Guide to the Budget. This is inclusive approach to development. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We are so proud to partner with you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ladies and the economy is going through. Please send our warm regards to the minister. Recently, I traveled for our usual work and I met a gentleman from Zambia and he said, "I love your Minister of Finance." He makes our world. This world is so turbulent, sometimes we need to make light of things, right? All right, another category of excellence in public service. This, if you're a driver, yeah, we are not talking about the EPS system, right? If you're a driver, you know how stressful it could be when you are about to have your driver's license expire. You remember? You remember them days, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased that today we are recognizing the Uganda driver's licensing system. During our lifetimes, at least, you can tell someone, I'm going to use a lunch break to go and renew my driving license. It's happening right here in Uganda. We are here to recognize your outstanding performance in providing fast, efficient driving permit services in Uganda. We appreciate your unwavering commitment to road safety and responsible driving and your efforts in promoting seamless, efficient, transparent, and time-bound issuance of driving licenses in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen and everyone, in 2020, Ministry of Works and Transport took over from a South Africa-based company, Face Technologies, that was contracted by the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Works and Transport since 2003 to handle issuance of driving permits. Users' experience indicates that it's the smoothest process in government facility. Not more than 30 minutes are spent in driving permit issuance. Ladies and gentlemen, it's possible. It's possible. Congratulations. We can do this. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to give Julius a big round of applause. In my humble way of life, we see development as something that it can be done by people from outside. But we can do this. If people like Julius can contribute towards a budget like the one we have in Uganda, and Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development being ranked first, why not? Why not? And finally, you can thank me. You're welcome.
Wow, thank you very much. I must. So I'll ask all the awardees, gentlemen and ladies, please let's do a group photo, one that captures all of us in it. And this one should be right in front here. And then after that, we shall hear from the executive director to give his closing remarks. But you all know that there's an award for each one of us for being committed, putting in the time, the effort to come and be able to deliberate on the eternal questions that we face as a nation. Gentlemen and ladies, the award goes to you two. Please come forward, awardees. Yeah, please carry the awards. You can leave the boxes in which they are held or kept. I saw so many awardees. Please, let's showcase that and capture that moment. Thank you. The people with the awards, stay down. I think that will be a lovely photo, no doubt. Okay. Allow the executive director to go down. Please ensure that you speak to us and make your closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Where? Yes, let's start the end of our event today. First of all, thank all of you for really getting time out of your busy schedule to come and attend our post-budget dialogue. Please, thank you so much. You may want to clap yourselves. Specifically, to also thank the district, our district colleagues, the chief administrative officers, the heads of department, government agencies, really who took time to come and be with us today. What we are doing today is something that we want to continue doing. Even we can even do it at the district level. But you can see that for us, it is a way of saying, yes, these are the institutions that we have engaged with. But I can tell you these institutions, we also give them a headache, and a lot of a headache. It's not that things are, are so smooth. But I think there is how we have all understood that we want one thing, improve the service delivery for our country. We can disagree on the means, but at least we all know that we agree on one thing. So I would like to thank you for really being able to listen to us, especially our continuous requests to your office all the time. We want this, we want that, we need you here, we need you there. But these institutions have really been there for us so that we can be able to deliver like today what we have done. Key takeaways for today, that there is a need to assess productivity, allocation of formula for most of the programs of the district, that there are tremendous opportunities in the budget that we should all take and participate into in these things. Ensure fiscal discipline is what we continue doing as civil society organization to engage government so that we can at least ensure that we have less leakages, but also that there is a need, the Minister of Finance was talking about working together so that at least we can be able to ensure that our budget reaches each and every person at the local government level. So a lot has been done. We shall do the report and share with you. At this particular moment, I would like you once again to help me thank NGO Forum, Uganda Debt Network, and Accord, and all our other implementing partners, PERAM, ESAF, for really being part of this as we organize these particular events. Thank you so much, and I'm hoping that this is not the end. We are now going to start a new budget process. So when we call you for the government budget consultative meetings, please be ready, because this is what probably our harvest of what we have done for the last year. This is what the harvest that we have got at this particular time. Thank you so much, and may you have journey masses, and may God bless all of you. Thank you. Is lunch ready? Lunch is also ready and served.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Julius Mukunda. Please.